In addition, there is growing speculation that the hijackers who may have flown these planes could have been schooled, tutored in flying these jumbo jets with some type of advanced simulator software, the types of things that one sees in Hollywood movies wherein you would jump into a booth and literally learn how to fly an airplane or a jumbo jet in virtual reality. There are all manner of software programs available even at computer stores, but intelligence officials say this is not the kind of thing that your kid would use with a joystick on the home computer. These are probably advanced flight simulators, and U.S. intelligence officials are currently attempting a worldwide inventory to find out what countries might have sophisticated enough simulators and who would have access to those so that they could learn how to fly these particular types of jumbo jets. Now, one intelligence official was telling us that it is notable that the planes, with the exception of the one that left Dulles Airport and crashed into the Pentagon, had already reached a leveled flight level and had gone onto autopilot, which would have given people the opportunity to, of course, unbuckle their seatbelts and then move around and potentially commandeer the plane. And then, of course, the jets would have had to have been taken over by the hijackers. And finally, there is a couple of quick moves developing on Capitol Hill. The lawmakers are now already thinking about what types of budget implications this might be. And while tomorrow is dedicated to a resolution in the House and Senate of condemnation, and there will be much speech-making and only one thing on which lawmakers will vote tomorrow, and that is this resolution of condemnation, already the House budget process is going forth for an emergency supplemental that will look into a number of things. Billions of dollars to rebuild the Pentagon, billions of dollars to add to the intelligence budget, additional airport security nationwide, and the possibility of boosting the counterterrorism budget. So budget officials in Washington already saying that they are prepared down to open the checkbook and do what is necessary to protect national security.
Carl Cameron, have them include sky marshals while they're at it. Let me ask you a question. We have a report on the wires that Barbara Olson, the woman who's appeared on this network many times, called her husband Ted Olson from the air during the hijacking of the plane that went down into the Pentagon. She reported to her husband Ted Olson that the hijackers were using knife-like instruments. If they were using some sort of plastic knife that they could carry on board, why would they need help from ground crews?
Well, that may be the case in the circumstances of Barbara Olson. It isn't clear at all at this point what weapons were used, and there are some limitations as to the length of blades and things like this. It would seem unlikely at this point that we should go with any particular final report on what weaponry might have been used or the actual circumstances. At this point, it is a very preliminary process in the investigation, and these are some of the things that investigators are now looking into. And because this seems to have been such a massively coordinated series of attacks, intelligence officials have all but reached consensus that there were a number of people involved in this, and it wasn't simply those who walked onto the plane. They had to have had help along the way.
Makes sense. Carl Cameron, thanks a lot.
We want to bring in now the former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, who's with us. Newt, just a little bit earlier this evening, we got word from the ranking Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee, Utah Senator Orrin Hatch, that U.S. intelligence had intercepted some sort of conversations between people who have been associated with Osama bin Laden, acknowledging that some targets had been hit. What have you been hearing from your former colleagues on the Hill?
Well, I think there's a growing sense that bin Laden will turn out to be the person who's guilty. And I think that former Secretary of State George Shultz had it right when he noted that the president had described this as an act of war. What you just heard from Carl Cameron is a very complicated process with 50 or more people in the U.S., substantially more outside the U.S. I think it's very important to understand this was a direct act of war. And I think that as members get more and more briefings, it's going to be more and more clear that there's a very large network, much of it housed in Afghanistan and Sudan, that has been actively planning this for a long time. One intelligence expert told me tonight that this was clearly over a year in preparation. You just heard a report that the pilots, the terrorist pilots, may well have been trained in a simulator. Imagine how long that entire process took to put together. This was a very complex action, a military-style action. I think it's very, very important that the Congress go beyond tomorrow's resolution and move towards an actual formal declaration of war for a variety of legal reasons.
I take you back Newt, I take you back to what the president said earlier tonight. He said that when the U.S. responds to this, quote, we will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them. It sounds like an implication that Afghanistan now is in the crosshairs, that government there known to have sheltered Osama bin Laden for years. Is that what you take from it?
I think the president was clearly indicating that we will expect the Taliban, the government in Afghanistan, to turn over bin Laden and his associates if we determine they're the cause of this. My guess is that the intercepts you were describing earlier, and I've heard other reports that those intercepts do indicate bin Laden's lieutenants were actively engaged in this. I think you will see us put enormous pressure, and again, I think that there's every likelihood that we will use military force if that's what it takes to convince governments that they cannot harbor people who kill thousands of Americans.
Mr. Gingrich, let me ask you, you said a formal declaration of war against who?
I think against bin Laden, his associates, anyone who engages in terrorism, and anyone who harbors terrorism. There are very important legal reasons. Former General Wes Clark, who led the campaign in Kosovo, points out in his memoir that the lawyers were restricting us over and over because we weren't technically at war. And therefore, for legal reasons, there are a lot of things you couldn't do. The Central Intelligence Agency, as a commentator on this network said about a half hour ago, the Central Intelligence Agency has been crippled for 25
Former House
years.
Speaker Newt Gingrich, we want to pause for just a moment. Some of our Fox stations are breaking away for local news. At 10:25 p.m. Eastern Time, this is the Fox News Channel's continuing live coverage of a terrorism attack in the United States, focused on New York City and Washington, D.C. We want to go now to correspondent Brian Wilson. He is in Washington, in fact, outside the Pentagon, one of the targets of today's attack. Brian?
Yes, one of the things we've had difficulty getting here at the Pentagon was firm numbers of how many people might have been injured or killed in the crash. Of course, we know that everybody aboard that plane died in the crash, but it was unclear how many people might have been in the E, D, and C rings that were impacted on the south side of the Pentagon building. In the last few moments, the Arlington County Fire Department chief has let it be known here at this location they now believe the number is between 100, and this is an astonishing number, and 800 people. Now that gives you an indication that they don't have a very good sense of just how many people were killed, but they also gives you an indication of the magnitude of this disaster. Here at the Pentagon earlier this evening, we saw some of the first up-close pictures of what's going on at the impact site. There are bodies that are covered with white sheets, and you get some idea of the twisted metal and the absolute destruction. The plane went in nose first, full throttle, penetrating 3 of the 5 rings of the Pentagon on the south side. It is a remarkable testament to the architects of this building that the Pentagon continues to operate, that the military is being directed from this building even now and never actually ended their function of doing that. The nation is at DEFCON threat Delta, which is the highest military threat that you can have. Washington, D.C. is being patrolled. We don't see them, but just outside the perimeter of Washington, there are military aircraft patrolling the skies to make sure that there are no more aircraft headed this way. But here at the Pentagon, the most important news we have heard in the last few minutes is that the Arlington County Fire Chief is now estimating that between 1 and 800 people may have died here at the Pentagon. Back to you, Linda.
Brian Wilson, just keep us up to speed on what is happening in the basement. You've mentioned it just briefly. The National Military Command Center there in the basement of the Pentagon. Tell us more of what that operation is doing.
Well, basically, that is in the very belly of the beast. It's down in the basement area of the Pentagon building, which is a massive structure, as you know, 5 sides, the largest structure in Washington. It is in the very basement, and it is one of the most secure areas of the Pentagon complex. And from that very location, they are basically directing the operations of the military worldwide. That never ended here. In fact, Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld never left the building even after the impact of this aircraft at 9:40 this morning. The fire was massive here this morning, and it took some time to put the fire out because basically there was great concern that a second aircraft might be on its way to this target. So they pulled the firefighters out, they pulled the policemen out, and they let it go for a while. And then only after they began to believe that things were more secure did the firemen go back in and try to put out this fire. In the last hour or so, in fact, we still see occasional flames flickering up through the roof. It's a very stubborn fire to put out.
Brian, a quick question. That wide-ranging estimate of those killed or injured at the Pentagon, does that include those aboard the plane, or is that separate from?
We're just not clear on what that exactly entails. It could be that the deaths on the plane and the deaths inside the Pentagon. We're trying to nail that down, but the fire chief has said the death estimate at this site between 1 and 800. I must tell you, it's been just an amazing day here in Washington, D.C., and the likes of which we have not seen. I covered Oklahoma City. I was there that day, and I've never seen anything that quite equal Oklahoma City until now. And you've got to consider the fact that the entire government was basically held at bay for a while. The president was in Louisiana making calls. The Speaker of the House and the leadership were taken to special bunkers. The entire government was effectively shut down and only is now in the last few hours starting to operate again at full force.
Brian Wilson at the Pentagon. Brian, thanks very much. We'll check with you a little bit later. Once again, one plane, this plane from Dulles to Los Angeles, plowed into the Pentagon at 9:40 this morning. Two hit the World Trade Center in New York, and one evidently missed its target, whatever that was, and that United Airlines plane crashed in Pennsylvania. More on that a little bit later. We are going to pause now for just a couple of seconds to let our Fox News stations up and down the line join us for more coverage of today's terror attack on America. And we are back. This is the Fox News Network's continuing coverage of what is going on in the aftermath of today's terror attack. Let's go now to St. Vincent's Hospital in New York, where a news conference is underway about those injured and being cared for in today's World Trade Center terror attack.
What's the atmosphere like in there right now? Well, we've gotten a new shift change of doctors. Everybody's very alert and ready for whatever they bring us. The flow has been steady all day, although...
Seem to have lost the audio there for a moment.
After the initial...
Well, there it is. It's back. Let's listen in again.
Ill patients, we got a lot of dust and smoke inhalation patients. And it was much slower after the buildings collapsed. We're still ready and able to take care of lots of patients in the hospital now.
They say overnight and you're expecting to see a lot more patients coming in with much more serious injuries.
We hope to see more patients coming in. We hope that they don't have terribly serious injuries, but the entire staff is on call. We have many doctors in the hospital, and the feeling is that we can handle some volume.
Do you know anything about the location of the patients? For instance, were they found out, were they on the sidewalks outside the World Trade Center, or were they inside? Do you know anything about where they came from?
Many of the patients we've seen, particularly recently, had been, one during the afternoon had been a fire supervisor who'd gotten caught in the building 6 collapse, and he crawled out of the rubble. We've seen people who, a lot of patients coming in now are the firefighters and policemen who've had a lot of exhaustion and debris inhalation all day. We haven't gotten, initially though, the burn patients were coming out of the buildings, obviously, when there was still a big rescue effort going on at that time early on in the day. I couldn't really tell you exactly what time that was.
Well, the last layperson we've seen, we actually just about half hour, our last patient is actually a reporter who's here from another country, and he had a problem, not so much related to the event, and he's here. He was a reporter like you guys on the scene, and he had some problems with chest pain, and he came in. Right.
Can you tell us your name and spell it, please?
Right, I'm Dr. Backelchuk, Leonard Backelchuk, L-E-O, right, sorry, Leonard Backalchuk.
Continue with this news conference. This is at St. Vincent's Hospital. It is the hospital that is closest to the World Trade Center. Just to give you a sense of the magnitude of the injured, the World Trade Center, 2 towers, 110 stories tall. What is left of it is only 5 stories tall. There is an untold number of people trapped in the rubble of that building. The mayor of New York City is saying that there are people alive in there right now. There are crews trying to reach them. The Federal Emergency Management Agency has dispatched at least 28 urban search and rescue teams to the New York area to try to get some of those people out. They're on their way here, if not already arrived. Let us take it back to St. Vincent's Hospital.
I understand that Bellevue Hospital did not have a lot of patients at this time.
Of everything that you've seen, has there been one particular event that has really moved you?
There was one, a burn patient. I mean, it's very difficult to see burn patients. They're charred. They're charred. Their skin is coming off. They're in tremendous pain, and you know, it's tremendous suffering. And this person's ears were cut and had all kinds of other injuries as well. It's,
I need to understand what happened, but I just in a state of shock.
No, my general feeling is none of these people had, I mean, the people I saw, the more critical ones, had no idea really what was going on. One person did know. She actually came down the stairs. But most of the people that I dealt with seemed to have no idea really how serious their injuries were or exactly what happened.
Just 2 more questions?
Yeah.
Okay. I just have a couple of last-minute things. We are very grateful to everyone in New York who has volunteered their time and their efforts. Everything from priests and rabbis, physicians, nurses, just the general public coming and helping us. We are not in need of any additional assistance overnight tonight. If anybody would like to call the hospital tomorrow and let us know that they're available, that would be fine. We encourage all New Yorkers tomorrow to go to their local blood center. Blood will be needed for these kinds of injuries on an ongoing basis. So all New Yorkers are encouraged to go to their local
News conference at St. Vincent's Hospital where the wounded and injured were taken. Many of them handled much earlier today as this disaster unfolded at the World Trade Center in New York. The focus now shifting to recovery of those people who still may be alive in the rubble, as well as recovering the dead and beginning to count how many did die in this an unbelievable terror attack. Meanwhile, downstairs here at the Fox News Channel, Karen Gibbs has been keeping an eye on the financial markets, a huge chunk of which were housed in the World Trade Center. So what happens tomorrow, Karen?
Well, I'll tell you, John, we will not see the New York Stock Exchange, the American Stock Exchange, or the NASDAQ conduct any type of trading. In fact, well, this will be the first time we have seen these stock markets close in 2 sessions back-to-back since 1945, when the stock market celebrated the end of World War II. So this is dramatic here, and we do have some reaction from overseas markets that are open. New Zealand down 4.5%, Sydney, Australia down 4%, Singapore down 8%, and Tokyo off 7% at its worst level, the first time it broke through 10,000 in 17 years. So you are seeing a ripple effect, although I must stress the trade is very, very thin, and it's pretty much limited to closing out positions and conducting customer orders. There is immense potential political and economic uncertainty here, and that is a negative because not just beating our chest here, we are the engine that drives this whole global economy, and there is some concern that panic could put us in disarray. Now, the Japanese Prime Minister Koizumi is saying that it is important for us not to panic, not to disrupt the world economic situation. And in fact, the G7 officials, including our Treasury Secretary Paul O'Neill, are in talks, and they are prepared to do whatever is necessary. But right now, you are seeing ramifications across the world that could be negative. In fact, some people are saying this could throw us into a global recession. Oil prices are now over $30 a barrel. You have the dollar weaker on the day. And NYMEX, of course, that's where crude oil is traded, right across the street from what was the World Trade Center, are not going to be open at least through Thursday. And so no way to react to this type of a situation. We're also going to anticipate the impact that it's having on insurance companies, the defense industry, oil companies, and even the airlines that were involved in this type of thing. And so right now, we don't have a chance to react to it. In fact, Tokyo is having an abbreviated trading session. They have halted trade on about 15 stocks, including IBM, Philip Morris, and Boeing. And so a lot of activity going on here. But to put it in perspective, this is not the worst that Tokyo has done. In fact, the worst response we've seen is October 20th, 1987, when it was off almost 15%. So we're only half as bad there, but this has dramatic implications. Look, you got 50,000 people at the World Trade Center that don't have jobs now. Where are they going to go? And the peripheral industries around there, the shoe shine guys, the vegetable guys, all of that sort of stuff. This is going to be something that we're going to have to see how we can recover from.
Senior business correspondent Karen Gibbs with us from Fox News Central. Karen, thank you very much. We want to bring in now the governor of Virginia, Jim Gilmore. He has a lot to deal with today. As you know, the Pentagon is in the state of Virginia, and he's had to deal with that crash there. It is also true, Governor, that one of the planes that was involved in this attack took off from Dulles Airport, also in Virginia. What is your state doing?
Well, this has been just an amazing tragedy. I've just learned from one interview tonight that I lost one friend, Barbara Olson, and just in this studio tonight that Ray Downey was killed, who is on our commission on terrorism and weapons of mass destruction that I've been chairing for 3 years. There are a lot of Virginians that have been killed. There are a lot of Americans that have been killed. And it's a real tragedy. First thing this morning, of course, as soon as the events began to unfold, I did what any governor would do that has a terrorist attack on his territory. We opened up our Emergency Operations Center. We began to immediately work with and communicate with the federal authorities. We activated our Federal Guard, our National Guard. We began to get our Virginia Department of Transportation at work trying to help handle some of the transportation issues that were occurring in Northern Virginia. And we began to get our state police engaged. In fact, one of our state policemen went into the Pentagon while it was still smoking and on fire to try to save people, and he's in the hospital tonight here in Alexandria.
Governor, we understand that there has been a tremendous outpouring of help from citizens of your state, that many people just feeling like there's not much they can do, but at least they can do is find a way to go to the Red Cross and give blood. Is that true?
There is a lot of community support here. The first responders have done a magnificent job. Fire, police, rescue, individual citizens coming forward in order to try to help their fellow Virginians and fellow Americans in this terrific tragedy. Our Commission on Terrorism has indicated that we have to have a national strategy, and it must include local responders and state officials in an overarching national strategy. I'm very thankful that the President has taken this on and has assigned it to the Vice President for his work. I wish it had been done years ago.
Governor, we understand that FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, has activated some of its urban search and rescue teams, not only to New York, but also to the Pentagon. Can you tell us more what you know about their activities at the Pentagon?
Yes, I issued a state of emergency in the state of Virginia today, which gave me the opportunity to then move resources, people, and efforts in order to try to help both situations in New York and in Virginia. We have, in fact, activated 2 search and rescue operations, one at Fairfax, one at Virginia Beach, and I believe one now has been assigned to the state of New York.
Right. Those search and rescue teams, as I understand it, are actually fairly large teams. They have a lot of supplies, a lot of equipment. Among the things that they are trained to do is help to stabilize collapsed buildings so that they can extract people. What else do you know?
Well, they're very sophisticated operations, but they're set up and intended for exactly this type of situation. Once again, our goal here today, by declaring our emergency and activating resources like this, is to get in and try to help out to the greatest extent we can. But I think that what you're going to see here is that Americans are going to rally to this. The people who think that they're going to attack the United States and dissuade us from our goals for peace and freedom in the world are absolutely wrong. Americans are going to look inward and find each other, I believe, in a crisis like this. And then Americans are going to look outward, and the people who committed these crimes are not going to like that.
Governor, have you been privy to any of the briefings that have explained what happened with that plane that took off from Dulles Airport? There have been some wire reports that the plane left Dulles Airport and that at some point it was headed toward the White House, that air traffic controllers tried to warn the White House and National Airport that it was headed toward there, and then it abruptly, apparently the transponders were turned off, and that's when it hit the Pentagon. Have you gotten any briefings?
I don't think that anybody actually knows the answer to that. I believe that it's perfectly clear, though, that this plane was headed along that path. I was there at the Pentagon myself. I was 100 feet away from the actual wall that had collapsed at the Pentagon. We don't know whether this thing was going over top and trying to go to the White House or whether it was going into the Pentagon. But I know this: he hit the Pentagon square dead on. There was no groove in the ground, but he hit it square on, and it plowed right through many of the walls. This is a great human tragedy. I'm telling you, there are not only thousands of people at the Pentagon, but tens of thousands of people, presumably, in New York. Leadership that has done just such a wonderful job responding, many of whom have given their lives for their fellow Americans. And this is a tragic time, but I'm going to tell you that people are outraged. We're outraged in Virginia. This is an attack on Virginia soil, and Americans are going to rally to Virginians and to each other in this time of crisis, and I'm very proud of the President's leadership.
Virginia Governor Jim Gilmore, we know you have a lot of work ahead of you tonight. We thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Let's go now to Brian Wilson in Washington, who's got some new information about the number of people killed at the Pentagon. Brian, it was a fairly wide-ranging number earlier. Has it narrowed down some?
No, it hasn't been narrowed down, and let me explain why. They now believe there may be between 100 and 800 people dead inside that building. Why is that such a wide disparity in numbers? Well, they know there were 67 people aboard the aircraft. None of them survived. But they know also that there were as many as 850 people who worked in that particular area of the Pentagon. So they are having to leave a very wide number. I also talked to the chief of the Arlington County Fire Department, who told me that there is a very good chance they believe that there may well be people, survivors, inside the rubble here at the Pentagon. That it's been a pancake-type collapse, and in situations like that, it is entirely possible that people do survive. They can't do much about the rescue right now, but they intend to go in at first light and do more rescue. So they have not given up on survivors here at the Pentagon. What they are now estimating, the best estimate that we can give you, is that between 100 and 800 people died in this incident at the Pentagon today. Back to you, John.
Brian Wilson, at the Pentagon, as we try to figure out how many people died at the Pentagon when the flight from Dulles to Los Angeles was hijacked and plowed into the Pentagon. Let's go now to Fox News correspondent John Dupree in Los Angeles, where more than one of these planes was bound for. The governor has declared a state of emergency. What else, John?
Well, an eerie scene here at the busiest airport on the west coast of the United States, John. This airport has been shut down. The skies above this airport empty. The recorded voice of a PA announcer echoing from empty terminals. The thoroughfare you see behind me, normally teeming with vehicles, unpopulated. LAX, like other airports across the country, shut down. The ATF, the FBI, the Los Angeles Police Department, bomb squad experts have been through every terminal, every structure, and every airplane and declared this facility safe. Nevertheless, it remains closed until the FAA gives word it can resume business as usual. That expected to happen noontime Eastern tomorrow, and that not a sure bet. Administrators say they will review the entire scenario then. 3 flights destined for Los Angeles International Airport today among the 4 that crashed. The other destined for California's other major international airport, San Francisco International. American flight number 11 carrying 92 people. American flight number 77 with 64 people on board. United flight 175 with 65 people, and United flight 93 with 45 people on board, all destined for California. Loved ones, as you might imagine, filtered in all day long, were taken to private and secret facilities on the airport to be briefed on what happened and consoled and helped. They were taken away when the airport was closed. Almost all of California is closed with them, and all up and down the West Coast. Every major icon, every major landmark, which might have been a target for terrorism, has been shut down, cordoned off, or secured this evening. John.
John Dupree in Los Angeles. John, thanks a lot. We'll be checking back with you. Meanwhile, Linda has a special guest.
We do not wish on anyone the experience of witnessing the attacks that we all saw today. And unfortunately, sometimes it is the job of the journalists here at Fox and other networks that they have to go amid the wreckage. One of our own, Nico Winstrel, who's here in the studio, was there down in Lower Manhattan when you began to see people falling out of the World Trade Center. Nico, can you describe what you saw?
Well, I saw people coming down kind of in a string, one by one. It was almost in slow motion, coming down, kind of free-falling backwards out, men neatly in suits with their ties billowing in the air, just falling down.
Some people said that they saw people jumping. There was one report that a man and a woman were hand-in-hand jumping, but what you saw did not seem to indicate that.
No, I didn't, I can't confirm that people were jumping or people were sucked out, as, some people on the street were saying next to me, but it really looked like they were just falling backwards, almost like a parachute was going to come, but then the parachute just never came.
One of the other gruesome sights that you unfortunately had to witness was the people still inside the World Trade Center as they were gasping for air.
I saw, right before that I saw heads, my eyes kind of diverted. First I saw heads just popping out of the World Trade Center. I don't know if they were gasping for air or just, looking for help from safety from below. I don't know, but it's just from waist up outside, just leaning out all ends. So and then my eyes diverted up to people just in a string just coming down backwards.
You must have, clearly it was disturbing to you. For those who were...
Oh, yeah. I sat there in tears, and people next to me were in tears, as if it was their family members falling down.
It must have been a scene of people just horrified.
Horrified.
And in shock.
Horrified. And that's when really the mayhem really started. Beforehand it was really organized by police. They escorted you to the side and really controlled the situation. And at that point, it was mayhem. People just running all over, people screaming, and then all of a sudden the building collapsed after that. It just came down layer by layer, very slowly down, and looking like it was almost imploded.
And you saw it as it came down?
I saw it as it came down. Then I saw the smoke just heading towards us, and I just saw people. And I was, in a clear sight where I knew I was no longer in danger. When the first tower came down, I was fearful that I was in danger. I just heard an explosion and just hundreds of people just running from east to west.
All right, Nico Winstrel, if you would, hang on one second. We have a briefing from Police Commissioner Carrick, who is New York City. He's explaining what is going on, the police response. Let's listen.
Following areas, Manhattan south of 14th Street, and that will be from East River to the Hudson River. The only vehicles that will be allowed in those areas will be emergency vehicles, police, fire vehicles, National Guard, and anything authorized by the police department. There will be some vehicles in the morning that will have to get down there for deliveries of certain things that we're familiar with already. They will be allowed in, and residents, that's it. Anyone trying to violate the order will be arrested and could be found guilty of a Class B misdemeanor. I urge people to follow the order. There's no need to come into Southern Manhattan tomorrow, and as a result of the order, the best thing to do is stay away.
Can you talk about this incident that came up on Channel 2 about some people coming across the GW Bridge explosives? Can you comment on that at all?
I haven't seen the report, and I haven't heard about anybody coming across the bridge with explosives. Okay?
Have you heard anything about the van on the Jersey side?
Well, I've heard basically the same thing you have. We haven't been able to confirm it yet. They weren't near the bridge, to my understanding. If it in fact did happen, we're trying to confirm it through our detective bureau.
One more question on this.
South of 14th Street, that includes all bridges and tunnel crossings south of 14th Street. Those are closed down for...
Any movement south of 14th Street?
And you have not heard about any explosives on the George Washington Bridge or in the Lincoln Tunnel?
Nope.
Commissioner,
Thank you.
it was in Jersey, near the bridge. Is that your understanding? Do you know the jurisdiction?
Well, what we heard was Port Authority police stopped a van that might have had explosives in it. We haven't been able to confirm it yet. We're working on it. When we hear something, we'll let you know.
That's on the Jersey side, right?
It's on the Jersey side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Police Commissioner Bernard Carrick talking about a couple things. One, a report that there was a van somewhere near the George Washington Bridge that may or may not have been carrying explosives. Meanwhile, there is news to report we should bring you up to date on. At the Pentagon, the Arlington County Fire Chief says there may still be people alive in the Pentagon. Search and rescue crews working in there. As you know from listening to Brian Wilson a little bit earlier, there may be as many as 850 people dead or injured in the Pentagon. That is the number that may have been working there at the time that plane plowed into the Pentagon. Also, we now have the details on something Mayor Giuliani was talking about a little bit earlier. Top firefighters of the city of New York dead. The chief of the fire department, Peter Gansey, the deputy chief of the fire department, Raymond Downey, the first deputy commander, William Feehan, and the fire department chaplain, Father Michael Judge. All four of those were killed shortly after the mayor left them when the first of the two World Trade Towers collapsed on a triage area in the plaza at the base of the Trade Center tower. That you're seeing on the screen now is that first tower collapsing, evidently killing the top firefighters of the city just 10 minutes or so after Mayor Giuliani had left them.
We have just gotten new still photos of the aftermath of the attacks. First, of course, on the New York City World Trade Center buildings. These coming to us courtesy of the New York Post, and you could just see, this gives you a sense of the devastation. The first plane crash into one of the towers at 8:45 a.m., 9:03 a.m., the crash into the second tower. The fire resulting from these, it did not take long to devastate these two buildings. And shortly thereafter, the two towers, 110 stories tall, came tumbling to the ground. What is left of the World Trade Center is now only 5 stories tall. The number of dead and wounded, impossible to count as of this hour.
110 stories each. Now 5 stories, upwards of 50,000 people in those buildings. We have no idea how many are dead yet, but it must number in the thousands. We're going to pause for just a moment to let our Fox stations join us.
In just a moment, our Fox stations will be joining us up and down the line. Once again, we're awaiting more briefings on exactly what's happening, but we do know that there is a massive investigation of the downing of the 4 aircrafts involved in these attacks. As our Fox stations join us up and down the line, this is the live special coverage of the Fox News Channel of a massive terrorist attack on the United States of America. 4 planes hijacked today, 4 of them down. 2 of them going into the World Trade Center. These are some of the pictures that you're seeing, courtesy of the New York Post.
Right, they'll be in the New York Post pages tomorrow morning. It's stunning still pictures, and one of them we saw a moment ago is just what Nico Winstrol was talking about, the pictures of people falling from the building from as high as, let's say 100 stories. Nico, I've just got to ask you, did you have the impression that they were jumping or they'd been blown from the building?
You know, to tell you the truth, the way that they were positioned, it almost seemed like they were blown from the building. I mean, I don't know people that kind of jump backwards out of something, but, you know, God forbid it was somebody that I knew, or me, I would think I would jump forwards out to.
An amazing series of pictures today. All of the planes that had taken off and were hijacked and were then aimed at targets were fully loaded with fuel. The people who supervised the construction of the World Trade Center so many years ago said they believed that huge load of fuel actually melted the steel construction in the Trade Center, and that accounts for the collapse, the sudden collapse of both towers after 2 planes, one each, hit a tower. An amazing sight today, and we still have no idea how many were killed.
Nico, on the ground, as people were running past you, you saw the smoke literally coming towards you.
Yeah, it was kind of coming towards me, you know, slowly towards me, and it almost looked like a nuclear winter.
As people were running towards you?
People were running towards me and
what were they saying?
Screaming, you know, some screaming run, some screaming, just screaming out loud, you know, in sheer terror. And, you know, a lot of people, you know, I kind of just stood there. Some other people just kind of stood there in bewilderment. You never know how you're going to react unless you're in the situation. My reaction at that point, after the first explosion, not knowing what was going on, I ran with the crowd. The second one, I kind of just stood there in bewilderment. I knew that I was in a safe position, and I stood there and just watched these people kind of running at me, and I kind of said, you know, calm down as they were running at me.
Some people on the ground who've been treating the wounded have said that they've come across people in shock. One woman was, according to doctors, couldn't even remember her own name.
Definitely.
Did you see other people in shock?
I saw, I saw little kids with their families kind of sitting on the curbs, just, shaking. I actually saw one little kid just hysterically crying, just saying, why did I have to see this? Why did I have to see this? Just repeating that over maybe an 8-year-old child.
U.S. intelligence now saying that they have intercepted communications between Osama bin Laden's supporters discussing the attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, according to Utah Senator Orrin Hatch, who is, of course, the top Republican on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Quoting Hatch, he said, they have an intercept of some information that included people associated with bin Laden who acknowledged a couple of targets were hit. Hatch also said that law enforcement has data possibly linking one person on one of the 4 ill-fated flights to the bin Laden organization. And of course, we heard from Carl Cameron earlier that as many as law enforcement officials believe that as many as 50 conspirators may have been involved in this plan involving 4 hijacked planes targeting 4 separate targets. 3 of them evidently hit the targets successfully.
There's a lot we don't know as of this hour, but what we do know is that the FBI has dispatched literally thousands of agents. There's a massive investigation going on. Some of the things that we have gotten from sources in Washington is that, of course, these attacks were planned, very well planned, in fact. Some of the people who called for help or called a loved one from aboard the 4 hijacked aircraft mentioned that the hijackers had sharp objects, even knives. One of the flight attendants who called for help from one of the flights said that the hijackers were attacking the flight attendants. We know that they're sophisticated enough to figure out how to fly those planes into these targets. We also know that they are sophisticated enough to have gotten through security at 3 different airports that are very well guarded ordinarily. This is what federal authorities are trying to figure out, how exactly they made it through the extensive security at these major airports. It's all part of the investigation that continues at this hour.
This is Fox News coverage. Terrorism hits America. 2 planes hit the World Trade Center towers in New York today. Another one hit the Pentagon in Washington. 1 more crashed in Pennsylvania. Evidently, it had been headed for some target, but the hijackers did not successfully hit the target. Nonetheless, the World Trade Centers in New York completely destroyed. Let us look at some stills that will appear tomorrow morning in the New York Post. This is one of the first sights New Yorkers saw this morning, the world saw actually, shortly after 9 o'clock in the morning when the tops of the World Trade Center towers were in flame. Little by little, it got worse, and it got worse quickly. Within an hour to an hour and a half, both World Trade Center towers had completely collapsed. Now the tallest structure that remains of the 2 110-story structures is that wreckage at about 5 stories. These pictures will appear in tomorrow's New York Post. Incredible, incredible damage. Still no idea how many people were killed in that in those 2 towers, although as many as 50,000 people worked there. No idea how many got out alive. No idea how many are still luckily surviving in the wreckage if they can make it through the night. Let's go now to Fox correspondent Catherine Herridge at St. Vincent's Hospital, where many of the injured and burned and maimed have been taken today. Catherine.
John, there's really an atmosphere, almost an eerie stillness here at St. Vincent's Hospital. It's like really being in the eye of a storm. Doctors and nurses here telling me that they are still bracing for the worst. And I just want to pan over here a moment. You can see what I'm talking about. We have an ambulance here now, but it's only about the 3rd or 4th ambulance we've had in the last couple of hours. We've had dozens of hospital workers waiting outside on the sidewalks with empty wheelchairs and empty gurneys, hoping to take the injured when they arrive at the hospital so that they can treat them. It's in stark contrast to the scene we had here 3 or 4 hours ago, where in the period of 10 minutes we counted at least a dozen ambulances. Now, we've heard from hospital officials just recently, and they've confirmed to us that they have 6 paramedic teams in downtown Manhattan. At this time, they told us that they are digging. Unfortunately, they have to stop periodically when they hit hot spots. They're also having to stop on occasion to use sound detecting devices to try and locate those people who may be alive still and are trapped. They indicated to us that they've taken 327 patients, 62 in critical condition, some of them with very serious injuries. 3 patients have passed away. They also told us that 57 police officers and firefighters are being treated here. We've seen at least 2 ambulances in the last couple of hours that have arrived with heavy soot and smoke, which is a very familiar sight, covering them because they've come from the downtown area. I also spoke to an emergency physician earlier who indicated to me that when they have the first wave of casualties come in, many of them police officers and firefighters, that they were so heavily covered with soot and dust that they couldn't tell who was an officer and who was a firefighter. Of course, the primary focus here right now is helping those who may still be alive and who are trapped. We had that at a briefing earlier today.
Correspondent Catherine Herridge. Catherine, we thank you very much. We want to...
The building that are alive. We know that for a fact. I can't get into it right now, but we do know there are people in the building that are alive, and we're making every effort to get to them.
That again, the news conference we saw just a short while ago. We apologize for some of the technical difficulties here. Unfortunately, it comes part and parcel with sometimes live breaking coverage, but that briefing just moments ago. Obviously, the efforts intensive underway to try to get to any people who are left inside the World Trade Center towers. We want to show you, earlier this evening, the President spoke to the nation, took his time to decide exactly how he was going to speak to people, but he made sure it was a short and very pointed message to the nation. We want to show you once again the words of President George W. Bush.
Good evening. Today, our fellow citizens, our way of life, our very freedom came under attack in a series of deliberate and deadly terrorist acts. The victims were in airplanes or in their offices. Secretaries, businessmen and women, military and federal workers, moms and dads, friends and neighbors. Thousands of lives were suddenly ended by evil, despicable acts of terror. The pictures of airplanes flying into buildings, fires burning, huge structures collapsing, have filled us with disbelief, terrible sadness, and a quiet, unyielding anger. These acts of mass murder were intended to frighten our nation into chaos and retreat. But they have failed. Our country is strong. A great people has been moved to defend a great nation. Terrorist attacks can shake the foundations of our biggest buildings, but they cannot touch the foundation of America. These acts shatter steel, but they cannot dent the steel of American resolve. America was targeted for attack because we're the brightest beacon for freedom and opportunity in the world, and no one will keep that light from shining. Today, our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature, and we responded with the best of America, with the daring of our rescue workers, with the caring for strangers and neighbors who came to give blood and help in any way they could. Immediately following the first attack, I implemented our government's emergency response plans. Our military is powerful, and it's prepared. Our emergency teams are working in New York City and Washington, D.C. to help with local rescue efforts. Our first priority is to get help to those who have been injured and to take every precaution to protect our citizens at home and around the world from further attacks. The functions of our government continue without interruption. Federal agencies in Washington, which had to be evacuated today, are reopening for essential personnel tonight and will be open for business tomorrow. Our financial institutions remain strong, and the American economy will be open for business as well. The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice. We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them. I appreciate so very much the members of Congress who have joined me in strongly condemning these attacks. And on behalf of the American people, I thank the many world leaders who have called to offer their condolences and assistance. America and our friends and allies join with all those who want peace and security in the world, and we stand together to win the war against terrorism. Tonight I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. This is a day when all Americans from every walk of life unite in our resolve for justice and peace. America has stood down enemies before, and we will do so this time. None of us will ever forget this day, yet we go forward to defend freedom and all that is good and just in our world. Thank you. Good night, and God bless America.
That was President George Bush earlier speaking to the nation about today's terrible terror attacks in New York and Washington, D.C. Updated information now. The New York Firefighters Union is now saying that apparently the 285 firefighters were killed today when the World Trade Center towers collapsed. We don't have a official number on the number of police killed, but that has been placed earlier at about 80, 78 actually, and that number may rise. Still no idea how many civilians died in the collapse of the World Trade Center towers, both of which collapsed shortly after being struck by hijacked airliners. Joining us now, the Reverend Jerry Falwell from the studios at his university, Liberty University. Reverend Falwell, you know, a couple of things struck me about President Bush's speech. Very careful. He did speak of thousands of lives suddenly ended. I think that, and the New York mayor did not quarrel with the number. We're going to have a death toll in the thousands. Number two, that he seemed to say, if we determine that, let's just say, Osama bin Laden had something to do with this, we will make no distinction between those who acted against us and those who harbored them. So Afghanistan would get it as well as bin Laden. Do you think the president is wrong about that? Should we only attack those actually responsible or those countries that may harbor or support those responsible?
No, I agree with the president. You know, in 1941, I remember World War II's beginning, December 7, 1941. You don't, but I, as an 8-year-old boy, remembered President Roosevelt speaking of the day of infamy and then the nation declaring war. And then we spent 4 years to destroy every vestige of Nazism, to annihilate the very concept, and to set the world free from the Third Reich. I think that terrorism portends an even more serious danger for this country, and I believe it's the president's God-given responsibility to protect the people, meaning I think we're just kidding ourselves to think that anyone but Osama bin Laden is responsible for this. I think we should spend whatever effort, whatever time, whatever resources necessary to find him and his forces, to annihilate him and his forces, and all who've made his dastardly work possible.
You know, Reverend Falwell, this country values its freedoms and its sense of security and doesn't like to recognize that it is vulnerable and that it sits on a bullseye. Yes. Israel does. Israel puts sky marshals on the planes. Israel assumes the enemy is always after them. Why shouldn't we take the same approach as Israel? Armed sky marshals on the planes and assuming that our enemies are always willing to play the terror game?
We should. Whenever I'm flying El Al, I always try to pick out that guy. They call him the cowboy. I try to find the cowboy or cowboys, and usually I can, but not always. But that's for the safety of everybody on board and the safety of people on the ground. And I don't think we should deal gently at all with these terrorists. Regardless how religious they are, they're crazy.
Reverend Falwell, let me interrupt you mid-thought. I want to make sure the audience knows what's going on the screen. At the bottom of the screen is what we call a crawl moving across that is a list of all the companies and businesses that were in the World Trade Center. You will see that this goes on and on and on, and you will see why this rapidly adds up to some 50,000 people working at the Twin Towers.
And also why bin Laden would select the Twin Towers to do his work, because he knows that no other place in America could he do more injury, more damage to the American way of life and the economy and the people than the two trade towers. And the Pentagon, of course, the military center of activity. He very brilliant, very well funded. We have some friends like Saudi Arabia who may be putting some money into his ventures. And I think the time has come to stop apologizing and tiptoeing through the tulips. Find out where the guy is, blow him away, all of his people with him. Be done with that, and let the terrorist world know that you may pick on America, but you'll be sorry you did.
Okay.
Until we do that, we're in trouble.
All right, and I don't think you're going to find very many Americans to argue with that about bin Laden. But what about Afghanistan itself? What about the government that harbors him and says that it's not, says that he doesn't have the power to do these sorts of things, but he does, that says that he is just a poor, impoverished Saudi exile living in their country as a guest, but perhaps he's more. Well, what about Afghanistan?
Well, I think Afghanistan is a co-conspirator, and I think that they, at the same time, they're nervous about him. They wouldn't dare go against him because he has the heart and the support of most of the radical fundamentalist Muslims worldwide, including Arafat, etc. These people are all butchers. They're barbarians. And frankly, I think that we should give Afghanistan an opportunity to turn bin Laden over to us, but I wouldn't give him any more than 24 hours to do it.
You know, Reverend Falwell, today, among the many quotes from many public officials about this, Senator Robert Torricelli of New Jersey said, something must be done, and mere apprehension of those responsible is insufficient. He seems to be saying the mere fact that we could go out and arrest Osama bin Laden, or Afghanistan might turn over Osama bin Laden, is not going to be enough, that there is an extra poundage of flesh we want. So from who?
Well, I don't know about the pound of flesh. I know that when Japan attacked Pearl Harbor and
But that was a country. Bin Laden isn't a country.
I know he's not, but he's just as dangerous, because Hitler was never able to bring anything down in New York or Washington, and this guy is being allowed, with oil money and with Arab nations funding, and with with those who hate America because we support Israel. They're going to drive Israel into the Mediterranean if we don't do something. And we can't let that happen. We are the friend of Israel, and I believe that God blesses us because we are. And now they hate us because we love Israel. And I think we've just messed around and fooled around, as a Campbell County, Virginia boy, I would say it that way, long enough. And the time has come just to ask Afghanistan to cooperate and deliver him to us, and if not, take them both out at the same time.
Reverend Jerry Falwell. Reverend Falwell, thanks very much for your views tonight. We will certainly be talking to you later. Linda?
Thank you.
We have with us now Greg Fife. He is a former senior safety investigator for the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board. Greg, explain to us now what role the NTSB takes in the investigation of the downing of the 4 aircraft.
Well, given the fact that there are 4 separate areas that the teams would have to go to, the biggest concern now is recovering both the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder in hopes of getting some vital information that'll help all the other authorities that are going to be conducting this investigation.
Okay, we understand a couple of things. We've gotten a couple of facts that we're working with now.
Okay.
Number one, that on all 4 hijacked planes, the transponders were turned off. Explain what the transponders are and what this indicates to you.
Basically, the transponder is just a piece of radio equipment on the airplane that the air traffic controllers will give the pilot what they call a discrete squawk code. They'll give them a specific number, 1, 2, 3, 4. The pilots will enter that into their transponder, and then they can track that specific airplane, that specific flight, by that unique identification code. So when they turn it off, they don't get the detailed information on the ground in the radar center that they would typically get. So they don't have airspeeds, they don't have altitudes or the flight number. All they have is a primary return, which just basically shows a dot on a screen moving in a direction.
Greg, one of the most important things, as you mentioned, is finding the cockpit voice recorder. It may be difficult in the World Trade Center with the two aircraft that crashed into those towers. But perhaps you have the one in Pittsburgh that you can get your hands on, and perhaps you have the one at the Pentagon that you can get your hands on. Of course, you might get the conversations in the cockpit. That would be key, right?
That would be very key for the investigative process, but if they were smart enough to turn off the transponder, they may have also been smart enough to pull the circuit breakers that run the cockpit voice recorder and the flight data recorder. So you could find those boxes with hopes of having some good information, only to have those hopes dashed very easily because they pulled the circuit breakers which powers those boxes. So you may not have any information at all. The other point to be made is that because of the intensities of the fires, both at the Trade Center and at the Pentagon, the fact is that those boxes may have survived the intense heat, because the boxes are typically designed to withstand about 1,100 degrees Fahrenheit for a period of about 30 minutes. So again, depending on where they were found, if they are found, and what kind of fire exposure they have, they may or may not yield the information that would help investigators.
It's beginning to appear that each of the planes did fly for some time after the hijackers had taken over. Does this lead you to believe that the hijackers had to have some, at least passing, if not intimate, knowledge of how to fly a plane?
Given the sophistication of these types of airplanes, the 757 and the 767, which share a common cockpit, the training that would be involved, you could basically train someone to fly the airplane basically straight and level and follow headings, relatively easy in a very short period of time. But given the preciseness of how these airplanes struck both the World Trade Center and the Pentagon, there may have been some additional education on the part of the hijackers that they could have actually flown the airplane on autopilot by programming the flight management system that would, get them basically in the general area of which they wanted to be, both here in Washington and in New York, and then clicked off the autopilot and hand-flown the airplane then into the target.
Assuming you can find the flight data recorder and the cockpit voice recorder in the rubble in the 4 different sites, the chances that those boxes are intact are, what would you say?
Basically slim to none. Only because in looking at the damage, and being in Washington, I came in for a safety meeting. I was going to give a speech on aviation safety to the Coalition of Airline Pilots Association. And in looking at the damage to the Pentagon across the river this morning, and then, of course, at the World Trade Center, the fact that the collapse of the Trade Center, I would suspect that it will be very difficult to find any of those cockpit voice recorders or flight data recorders intact if the modules which are encapsulated inside the container or the orange painted part of the box, if they have survived, which is the most stout part, then there's a high probability that the information on those boxes may be good. But I wouldn't hang a lot of hope on that.
And now I realize that you were very different from the FAA. And the aviation security system around the country that's the FAA's business. However, I'd like to get your comment. The General Accounting Office warned in April of 2000 that, quote, serious vulnerabilities in the aviation security system exist and must be adequately addressed. Among the things that they said were a problem was training for airport security regarding screening and bomb detection. What, in your work with the NTSB, has been your experience with what kind of gaps there are in aviation security?
Well, one of the things with the NTSB, we never really looked at a security issue because in this particular instance, this is no longer an accident. And the NTSB's responsibility, of course, is to determine the facts, conditions, and circumstances in any type of accident, whether it be aviation or other modes of transportation, to promote safety. So in the security aspect, the NTSB really never got involved. However, when you look at the type of accident that these are, which basically have no longer technically are classified as an accident, they are an intentional act, that shifts the burden now to the appropriate authorities such as the FBI to look at the investigation process, for determining where the shortcomings were that led to these particular events. And so the NTSB's role would be to assist them in putting back the airplanes in parts and pieces so that they may identify some of the evidence that may have still remained in the wreckage. But from the security standpoint, as a safety consultant and a guy who flies on an airplane just about every day, security starts on the ground, and the shortcomings in the security process, every news channel, every newspaper in the country has done an article about some of the shortcomings at just about every airport in the country.
Right.
So security starts on the ground before we get in the air.
Greg Fife, former senior safety investigator at the NTSB, we thank you very much for your expertise.
All right, Linda, a little bit of news out of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, where the world's tallest buildings, the Kuala Lumpur's Petronas Twin Towers, were evacuated Wednesday morning following a bomb threat. There's a picture of them. They are 1,483-foot tall Twin Towers. This bomb threat came during the morning working hours, some 12 hours after terrorists attacked the World Trade Center in New York and the Pentagon in Washington. Workers and witnesses said that thousands of people in both of the Twin Towers were told to leave the buildings. When they reached the ground, once they got out, they were told there had been a bomb threat. Government and the officials of Petronas, which is Malaysia's national oil company, were not immediately available for comment about that. Once again, the tallest buildings in the world in Kuala Lumpur were evacuated, all because of what happened today. Recounting what surely everybody in the world knows by now. 4 American jets were hijacked today. That picture there was one of the buildings associated with the World Trade Center that collapsed late in the day after it had been evacuated and fire had nearly consumed it. 4 jets hijacked. 3 of them were flown into buildings, causing massive, massive damage and loss of life. We still have no idea how many people were killed in New York at the World Trade Center towers, which both collapsed, or in the Pentagon. In one case, 50,000 people worked in the buildings at the World Trade Center. At the Pentagon, some 850. We're going to pause briefly to let our Fox stations join us. We are back with more of Fox News Channel's coverage of today's disastrous events in New York and Washington. 4 American airliners hijacked and then flown into targets. 3 of them were flown into targets, the 2 World Trade Center towers in New York and the Pentagon in Washington. One other plane was apparently on its way to a target but crashed south of Pittsburgh, southeast of Pittsburgh, where Fox News correspondent Jeff Goldblatt has been following what went on with that plane. Jeff, are you with us?
Yes, I am, John. Good evening.
Good evening. So what have we learned there?
Well, there's a scene here. There is one of a crime scene at this point in time, and what is clear, John, tonight is that the grip of terrorism has not only gone from Wall Street, but also here to Main Street as well, if you will, because one of those planes that was commandeered went down in a field about 80 miles to the southeast of Pittsburgh. It's in a rural community called Shanksville. Actually, we're about outside of it. You have rolling hills behind me, and you have a command post that's set up on a hill about a quarter of a mile up behind me, and the plane went down a little bit after 10 o'clock. This one plane, it was United Airlines Flight 93 with 45 people on board that included the crew, went down at about 10 o'clock. We have received a report that a 911 center in the area did receive a call from this plane, but what specifically came into that 911 center, that emergency center, we are not sure. There's been rumors circulating about that, and that we don't want to spread at this point in time, but it appears to have been a passenger on board calling in this 911 center, telling them that this plane was in distress. From what we know right now, the effort is one of recovery, but that won't take place until tomorrow. We also know that what is on scene here, all the debris, that nothing of which has been found is larger, John, than a telephone book or a briefcase. No signs of life, no large pieces of debris, only small shreds of stuff. And the telltale sign, one of the most telltale signs of what's going on out there, a big crater about 30 to 35 feet deep at its most shallow point, but perhaps goes even deeper than that. John, we're having a little bit of audio trouble, but I think you can hear me now. I want to go over right now, if I can, to Major Lyle Sapinka, who is here with the Pennsylvania State Police. And first of all, tell me about the scene up there, crime scene right now, right?
Because of all the incidents that occurred today, we are treating this as a crime scene. When our troopers initially responded, we set up a perimeter and we're not letting anybody into the site.
How big is that perimeter, and what kind of work are you doing tonight? What kind of work are you going to do tomorrow?
It's approximately 3 to 5 acres. We have an inner perimeter set up and an outer perimeter. Tonight we're just guarding the crime scene because this is believed to be a domestic terrorism incident. The FBI has primary jurisdiction and we are assisting them. First thing in the morning there will be numerous forensic investigators here. Everything at that crash site must be photographed and documented before anything is moved.
And when might you try and go for the black boxes? That's what's of keen interest here, because unlike some of the other scenes of terrorism around the country today, perhaps you have a better chance of getting the black box here.
Right. That is one of the first things that the forensic investigators will be watching for.
Okay, Major Lyle Sapinka, thanks very much for your time. Appreciate it. I also want to go over to my other shoulder here. I've got Craig Conroy with me, and he is an aviation crisis expert. Craig, you actually got the chance to go up on the scene earlier in the day, and tell me what you saw.
Well, a large hole, but rather deep. When you see a plane wreck, usually it's spread out. The debris field is much larger, but indicate that it probably went at a very steep angle. And because of that, there wasn't as much debris as you've seen in other wrecks.
Was that striking to you? What can you extrapolate from seeing that?
Well, perhaps the pilot didn't want to go to an urban area and chose, if it was going to be crashed anyway, to take it out in a more rural area, or perhaps there was no one in command and it just spiraled into the ground.
Craig, I asked a major about the black boxes because they are of extreme interest to this entire investigation. It is likely, from what we understand, knowing what we do about black boxes, that we have the best chance of recovering these black boxes as opposed to any of the others. What do you think, looking at those gaping holes up there on the hill?
I think they're recoverable. There wasn't a tremendous fire, it appears, and they're made to impact a number of Gs, and obviously they would withstand the number of Gs that drove them into the ground today.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. That's the latest out here outside Pittsburgh. Now back to you.
Correspondent Jeff Goldblatt outside Pittsburgh. Jeff, thank you very much. We're going to pause right now as our Fox stations rejoin us as we continue our live coverage. This is the Fox News Channel's live special coverage of the terrorist attack that occurred in New York City and Washington, D.C. today. American Airlines losing 2 jets. United Airlines losing 2 jets. All of them terrorist attacks, all of them hijackings. 266 total people on board those 4 planes. The 2 airlines this hour trying to come to grips with a massive loss of life. They're reaching out to the relatives of the passengers who were killed. There are areas around the airports where those planes took off where they are gathering the relatives. United Airlines is offering an initial sum of $25,000 to the families of those on board the United Airlines flights that were hijacked today to help them meet all immediate needs. We're going to stay on top of those 2 airlines as they give us more updates.
You know, Linda, there's some 200 people on those 4 planes that were crashed in these terroristic hijackings that were meant to kill more people in the places they crashed. As we've told you earlier, Barbara Olson, who has appeared many times on this network as a political commentator, died in the crash of the plane that crashed into the Pentagon. We're now learning some other names of people on the other planes, among them Garnett Bailey, who was the director of pro scouting for the LA Kings hockey team, and an assistant scout named Mark Bavis with the LA Kings as well, and a man named David Angel, who is the executive director of NBC's Frasier. Along with his wife, they were all on flights from Boston to LA that were hijacked and then killed. Joining us now, Colonel Robert McGinnis, who keeps an eye on these kinds of things as we track terrorism around the world. Colonel McGinnis, you know, Americans, I don't think have a clear picture of what they have suffered today. We say kind of blithely that thousands died in the I tell you what, Colonel McGinnis, hang on just a second. Let's listen to New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani. This is a live news conference.
The dimension will be very large. In terms of the people we're looking for, it's a couple of hundred firefighters, and police officers, which is a staggering number. As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
Mr. Mayor, there are reports that there are a group of survivors in the basement of the World Trade Center, that they have cell phones, they've been calling their relatives in Seattle to tell them precisely where they are, and that there's a group of NYPD police who are with them and alive and well. Do you know about this?
I know that rescue effort's been going on for a couple of hours, yes.
Mayor, do you know anything about the report about the possible explosives that were found in New Jersey?
Yeah, I think the police commissioner was able to get information about that.
I just got a confirmation from the chief of detectives. He's reached out to the FBI. They have confirmed that someone has been stopped in New Jersey, 3 men in a van. However, there was no explosives in the van. All right, they're being held for questioning.
Where in New Jersey? You know?
I can't say yet.
Okay.
Why were they stopped, and why do you think they're connected with this?
We can't tell at this point. It's between the FBI and the Port Authority. We just got the confirmation by phone after I left the last briefing.
Were they on the George Washington Bridge as they were heading to?
No, they weren't.
There were rumors that there were explosives. Well, where did those rumors come from, or why did that begin to circulate?
I can't tell
Were they in
you.
the Meadowlands, Police Commissioner?
Excuse me?
Were they in the Meadowlands?
It's my understanding, but we haven't confirmed that.
Do we know why they were stopped, sir?
Not yet.
Commissioner, can you tell us anything about the rescue of the 2 Port Authority officers or the ongoing effort with the people in the basement, where the Port Authority officers were pulled out of, or the details?
We can't say yet. It was Trinity and Church where the officers were that were just pulled out. The other people that are still in the building, we can't tell exactly where they are.
We all know that the Port Authority is housed at the World Trade Center. Any idea of the status of their operations?
They've lost a lot of people, and we don't know the full dimension of that either. But the Port Authority have a lot of people that are missing, and we were fortunate to find 2 of the police officers. We'll keep searching for the others, but they have sustained a lot of losses.
The group of people with the cell phones that Marcia referred to, do you have any idea how big a group that size is in that particular location?
I don't think we know the exact numbers. We know it's more than 2 people. It's two people communicated, and they say there were more people there.
And do
The
you
people
know
who are
what
roaming around the city trying to find information about those who are missing, what are they supposed to do? Where are they supposed to go? And who's collecting that information?
The phone number that they should call is 212-560-2730. And then, as we have information about people either who have been recovered or are dead, we'll let them know that.
Is our morgue able to handle this?
We had a meeting with the medical examiner earlier, went over it with him. He believes that he's able to handle it. He'll start handling it at 30th Street, which is the morgue for Manhattan. He'll then be able to move up to the Bronx, where he also has facilities. And then we have the possibility of using the pier on the west side, which is set aside in case the numbers get too difficult to handle. But he thinks he can handle at least a good deal of it tomorrow and the next, right in Manhattan.
Commissioner Bonnet, can you talk about the loss of the fire department?
We've got over 300 people that are missing that we can't account for. We believe that many of them are gone. We don't. We'll keep looking. We have hundreds of people over there now trying to find as many possible locations that they might be in some way in a void or whatever, and still be able to breathe and still alive. But we believe that most of these people, I think, are going to be unable to pull out. So we'll just keep working on it. I have a number I'd like to give. We haven't been able to make any contact with the families because we're still unsure of the situation. So the number for the families who haven't spoken to their loved one in the course of this whole horrible day, if they call this number, we'll at least tell them that that this is a person that's missing, or that we have had some contact with this person. The number would be 718-999-2541 is the number that we'll be using at Fire Department headquarters. It's just for firefighters.
What about Chief Van?
Just for firefighters, firefighters and fire officers, EMS personnel. I would we'll man those numbers. That number will roll over to 10 lines, and we'll be able to just try to give them some information. We don't have a lot, so that's why we haven't been calling them like we would normally do.
What about the top members of your staff who may have been lost?
Deborah Wood.
I'm sorry, Deb.
What about the top members of your staff who may be lost?
We've notified their families already. Spoke to them earlier.
How do you feel about that?
How do I feel about it? I don't know what to say. We lost people that have given over 40 years. Commissioner Feehan has had every job in the department. Probably the most valuable person in the department. When I got this job, the mayor and Commissioner Safer said, make sure you keep Bill Feehan. Haven't regretted that one day. He's given a whole life to this department. Chief Gansey, the same thing. Chief of Department, 33 years, 34 years. Ray Downey, we just honored him with a dinner. Almost 40 years of service. World renowned for situations like this. Telling me how dangerous it was when we first got there. All the possibilities, everything that he was trying to do to, get the people out. Father Judge, I don't know if you know Father Judge, one of the nicest men you could possibly find in the whole world. We haven't found other people yet either. I don't even want to mention their names. Some of the best people in this department. I can't find anybody from 5 rescues and 7 squads, and it's just it's a devastating thing. I don't know. Well, the fire department will recover, but I don't know how.
Commissioner Carrick, in the police department, do you have any idea how many people you're looking for this time around?
The number we're looking for is in excess of about 32, 33 people. That's what we know as of right now. And for the members, for the family members of the police department, if they have questions or they need to contact us regarding their family members, they can call 718-677-8238. It's the Special Operations Division, and we'll be able to help them as much as possible.
How close are rescue teams able to get to the scene, assuming there are people who are there?
The rescue teams are able to get very close now. It was very difficult during the day, but in most places they now can operate. There's still a few dangerous areas, but they're able to operate. They're able to operate down there now.
And are there pockets where people maybe?
Yes, we're very hopeful that there are pockets where there are people, not only the ones that we know about, but hopefully others. A group of firefighters were at St. Vincent's Hospital that were in a void for 4 or 5 hours, and we're hopeful that there are other situations like that. And that's why our rescue workers are working so furiously.
How big a group was that there?
That was a company. It was a group.
Company survived?
No, it was about 7.
Yeah, it's 5 guys and an officer.
5 guys,
6.
5.
Yeah, 6 men.
This was earlier today. They were in I believe 1 World Trade Center, and the firefighter described to me that they were there for about 4 or 5 hours, and when they walked out, they were shocked to see that the building had come down, because they knew there had been damage, but they had been in a void, so they had been protected.
What unit are we talking about, Bill?
I'm not sure. I forget.
We'll find out for you.
I think I remember that one.
Can you just tell us again about the 2 Port Authority police officers, how they were found, their condition?
No, the only thing we know is that they were found a while ago, that they're alive, and we'll get you more information about their condition.
And since we're talking about the Port Authority, I guess it's a reasonable assumption there's a large number of Port Authority police officers missing as well.
I'm sure there are. We don't have those exact numbers, as well as Port Authority personnel, the people who work for the Port Authority.
Wasn't their office in?
Yeah, their office was there, and so we don't know how many people were actually at work. The first attack was at about 8:50, and then there was time to evacuate a lot of the building. So we're not sure at this point how much of the 2 buildings were evacuated in that period of time between the first attack by the airplane until the first building came down. We're hopeful because we saw a lot of people leaving. We all did at the time we were down there. We're hopeful that a lot of people got out of the building, but we don't know the numbers yet.
Maybe Commissioner Carrick could tell us a little bit about the high-ranking members of the department. I understand one was missing for a while, and you were able to find him. And I believe the police surgeon was medevaced out to New Jersey. Did I get that right?
No, not to my knowledge. Police surgeons accounted for the ranks that we're looking at and looking for are the ranks of police officer and detectives, and perhaps a few sergeants.
Last question, Deborah Farrell. Last one, Deborah Farrell.
Is there a coordinated effort right now to find out who exactly may have not been in the building when this happened, or people just calling various companies? How will we find out who was there and who was not there?
Yeah, we're trying very hard by communicating with the Port Authority and some of the major tenants. We're trying to recreate how many people are there. But actually, the major effort is really focused on trying to rescue people. The people who are out, I'm sure, have largely communicated with their families and are doing that. I saw many people doing that on the telephone as we were leaving. So really, the focus of our efforts is to try to get as many people out as possible, with the hope that there are still people that are alive, like the ones that we know about.
Mayor, you said earlier that there were several other buildings downtown that may be structurally unsafe that you were still not sure about and that, in fact, may collapse. Has anything changed from earlier today?
No, I think. No, I don't think so. Not from the last time we had a briefing, and we were down there. And
5 World Trade Center, I heard, was in some kind of trouble. What's the status of 5 World Trade?
I don't know.
We're going to wait for daylight engineers to take a look at all these buildings.
I'm sorry.
We're going to wait till the daylight tomorrow. We'll have building and structural engineers check all these buildings that we're concerned about to make sure they're safe for rescue workers and to see what we can do to salvage these buildings.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you can ask your last question. Go ahead. Go ahead. He's been trying. He's been trying for a while.
In terms of how long does the department expect people to be able to survive underneath the rubble like that? I mean, is there some sort of...
There's no... They could survive for some time. There's no way to know exactly how long, but it really it depends. And I think one of the things that comes out of today is it depends on... I guess it depends on the will of God, or as to where you are, where you're standing, as this firefighter pointed out to us earlier.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify something Commissioner Carrick said, you were about 10 minutes past from when you were standing with several of the high-ranking officers who you lost, and then you went to Barclay Street, and you thought about that 10-minute gap, how you were 10 minutes from being in a horrible situation?
I haven't had a chance to think about it yet.
But is that sort of accurate, that you would have been with them, you were with them 10 minutes earlier before the building collapsed?
Well, some of the people that we lost, we saw, like Father Judge and Chief Gansey, Bill Feehan. We saw them about 10 minutes before we went over to 75 Barclay Street. And as I talked to their families, and I explained to them that they were working very hard, and they were working at what they love to do. And I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives, and their families can be very proud of them. We have, without any doubt, the best police department, the best fire department, the best police officers, the best fire officers, the best emergency workers of any place in the whole world. And although today's tragedy is going to be enormous, and there's no way to minimize it, if it weren't for them, this tragedy would be far worse. I mean, they executed brilliantly today. And I having watched it, and having been a recipient of their services because we had to get ourselves out, I can tell you that whatever the number of casualties, without our police department, our fire department, our EMS, and the kinds of people that we have, many of whom lost their lives, there would be double or triple the number of casualties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani wrapping up his latest press briefing, and we bring you this latest news coming to us via the Associated Press. U.S. authorities are now beginning to focus on Osama bin Laden supporters in the state of Florida. This based on the identification of a suspected hijacker on one of the manifests, that's the passenger list, of one of the 4 jets that crashed today. The source is saying that the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County in South Florida and Daytona Beach, also in Florida. These locations with links to the suspected bin Laden supporter who was on that jet manifest.
Okay, as you just heard the mayor in an increasingly somber tone of today's events, we're now talking about life and death stories. The fire department in New York missing 300 firefighters. The police department missing 32 or 33 police officers or detectives. I think a sergeant is involved. And of course, the top brass of the fire department killed. The chief of the fire department, Peter Gansey, the deputy chief of the fire department, Raymond Downey, the first deputy commander, William Feehan, and the fire deputy chaplain, Father Michael Judge. In addition, stories of survival. Survivors have now been reported in the basement at the World Trade Center, calling out on their cell phones to relatives in Seattle. 2 have made those calls, and they say there are more than just themselves down in that basement. For more on the possibility that there are people in that rubble surviving, let's go now to David Lee Miller, who is down there keeping an eye on activities all day long from the first impact today. David, you know, this would be an amazing tale. Somebody in the basement calling out on their cell phone to Ma and Pa in Seattle, hey, I'm here and I'm still alive.
We certainly want to sound overly dramatic here, but you're right, John. It would be nothing short of a miracle if, in fact, people not only survived this horrific attack, but that they're still capable of getting cell phone communication out from underneath the rubble. Because interestingly, throughout most of the day here, there has been very little communication. In fact, most of the media has had a very difficult time just talking with their newsrooms because our cell phones were not working properly. They were simply overloaded. And at one time earlier down here, we actually saw some of the firemen actually break into a cell phone store in the hope that they were going to be able to get walkie-talkies because they needed the communication equipment so badly. But at this hour, as you point out, a massive search and rescue effort is underway. Authorities are searching now, hoping to find the bodies of survivors and as well as those who did not survive this horrific attack. Mayor Giuliani mentioned a short time ago that there have been, as you mentioned, a number of miraculous stories, and they are holding out hope that there will be survivors. But the rescue efforts have been hampered by a couple of reasons. Number one, there was serious fire problems throughout the day here, and secondly, an adjacent building, World Trade Building number 7, was on fire and was feared that it would collapse throughout most of the day, and that's exactly what happened. At about 5:40 this afternoon, that building gave way, collapsing, falling to the south in the other direction compared to the World Trade Towers, which fell in the northerly direction. That building now resting on its side. And it's interesting to note that that building, number 7, is the same building where the city of New York has its emergency operations bunker. And that's where the authorities go whenever they have some type of an emergency, such as this one, to coordinate the activities of the police and the fire department. In this case, however, they have obviously had to make do elsewhere. Now, at this hour, as you can see over my shoulder, there is a great deal of emergency equipment down the street here. For the last few hours, we have seen a steady stream of heavy equipment. We've seen cranes, we've seen tractors, we've seen generators, portable lights, all types of equipment getting in place so that they can conduct this massive search. As the mayor said, they have feared the loss now of some 300 firemen, including some of the top brass, as you put it, of the fire department, including the chaplain for the fire department and the fire department chief. Between 30 and 40 policemen are thought to be missing. Now, that is a reduction in the number that we had earlier, which was as high as 78, and we understand that at least a few officers have been located, so that in and of itself is good news. As for the rest of Manhattan, you can leave the island of Manhattan, but don't try coming in right now. The bridges, the tunnels are still closed off, and Lower Manhattan is going to be completely sealed off tomorrow. The authorities say that anyone down here other than the authorities working on the search and rescue mission will be charged with a Class B misdemeanor. Back to you.
David Lee Miller, downtown, keeping an eye on the rescue efforts, which the mayor says now will kind of step up because the rescue workers can get closer to the wreckage and start looking. Report that survivors are in a basement down there. At least a couple of them have made cell phone calls out and they say they have more people in the basement with them, so maybe there is a little good news somewhere in all of this disaster. Linda.
All right, we're going to pause for just a moment so that some of our Fox stations can bring in their local news in just a moment. But in the meantime, we want to bring in Colonel Joe McGinnis in Washington, D.C. with us. He has been helping us along with some of the terrorism information we've been working on. Colonel, an important new development, it appears, according to the Associated Press, the FBI is preparing to search locations in Broward County, Florida, Daytona Beach, Florida, looking for some connection to a person who's been listed on the manifest of one of the 4 jets hijacked today. It's believed that person has a connection to Osama bin Laden. What do you make of that?
Well, that's probably true, Linda. You know, keep in mind the 1998 bombings in Africa, our 2 embassies there, we've traced back to Ali Muhammad, a former sergeant of the U.S. Army who was linked up with Osama bin Laden, also a link with Iran. And so, you know, it's a rather tight circle. There had to be, as we've heard along through the night, a host of people that are working on this issue that had to be inside the airport, 4 different airports that had to be, you know, working very carefully on these various issues. So this is a tough issue, but yes, we'll find those people, no doubt, in time, and we'll be able to trace it back, I think, quite frankly, as everyone's been saying, to Osama bin Laden.
Colonel, I want to apologize, first of all, in the rush of things, for messing up your first name.
That's
Robert
all right.
McGinnis, not Joe. And a question about what exactly we may be able to gain if we don't find the black boxes in the investigation. We've had some other folks here, including a senior investigator from the NTSB, former senior investigator, who believes that the chances of finding any of the black boxes on any of those 4 aircraft, well, the chance is very slim, he says. What do you think?
Well, Linda, you know, clearly the black boxes and the voice recorders and all that would be very useful. However, we do have some idea of who's on the manifest for those aircraft. We'll do, if we haven't already completed, some sort of tentative background investigation to determine where they came from in histories and so forth, criminal backgrounds. So we'll be able to piece together a team of people. Keep in mind, you probably had at least 2, maybe 3 in each of these aircraft. They had to have some connection with one another. So the FBI will be looking for that. They'll be looking perhaps on the ground crew, what commonalities are there. They'll find these traces and they'll be able to do something with it.
Colonel Bob McGinnis, we thank you very much for your expertise. If you would just stand by for just a moment. We are going to pause now so that our Fox stations can join local news. This is the Fox News Channel's special live coverage of the aftermath of the massive terrorist attack on the United States of America today. Early this morning, 8:45 a.m. was the first attack. A jetliner hijacked, headed into the first of 2 towers of the World Trade Center. Shortly after 9, the second plane crashed into the World Trade Center. Shortly after that, an aircraft literally plowed into part of the Pentagon. And then shortly after that, another aircraft, which we have been told, at least by one member of Congress, was destined perhaps for Camp David, the president's retreat. It ended up crashing outside of Pittsburgh. There is a massive investigation underway. The FBI has dispatched literally thousands of agents, the NTSB helping out. There is a federal response plan. This has been planned. A federal response plan has been in the works now for decades. But it has recently been updated, and now it has been called into place. Some 28 agencies involved in responding. At the lead, the Department of Justice. Also, though, the FBI leading the investigation. We're going to stay on top of this round the clock, continuing live Fox News coverage, not only of the investigation, as the FBI agents now have descended on the 3 airports where those aircraft have taken off. Boston Airport, where 2 aircraft took off. Dulles Airport in Virginia, one of the aircraft took off from there. Also Newark Airport in New Jersey. We go back to Colonel Bob McGinnis, who is with us, helping us understand some of the pieces that are going to go together in a terrorist investigation. It's early, I know, Bob, but tell us where we go from here in these next few hours.
Well, you know, we're going to obviously first try to save as many lives, and I saw the Pentagon on the way over to Fox News, and it's still burning. Frankly, we have to trace, as I said earlier, all those connections, all the people that are out there. Clearly, your national security agency, your CIA, they have bits and pieces. We've known for weeks, perhaps, that Osama bin Laden's been, threatening. Now, he threatened prior to the USS Cole bombing last October. He threatened perhaps on the Khobar Towers years ago in Saudi Arabia, and he also threatened about the embassies in Africa. So this guy has a track record. I think that we'll be able to piece a lot of these things together, and we will probably paint a clear enough picture for the NSC so the president can make a decision on how best to proceed. And that may be, some very tough action on the part of the president and the military against Afghanistan, the Taliban. In fact, of course, they've denied any involvement, but these issues that have already been brought up throughout the last 12 hours are very clear. They point a finger straight at Osama bin Laden.
Colonel Robert McGinnis, as we try to figure out what's going on, we appreciate your help in staying with us tonight as we stay up late following the developments in this.
Is working to show the world that America is coming back from this tragedy, and not to hide in bunkers, but to get back to work as we are here in the State Department and as we are all over Washington and our facilities around the world.
Secretary Powell, I'm going to beg your indulgence for one last question. You've been working very hard on trying to work for a Middle East peace. Yesterday, Americans saw pictures of Palestinians dancing in the street of Nablus, handing out candy. How did that make you feel?
Awful, deplorable, and it just shocks me that people would find this something to celebrate, and it is an image that is seared in my mind.
Colin Powell talking with our Tony Snow earlier this morning on Fox News Channel. Correspondent Bill Rapley is at Logan Airport in Boston. That's where 2 of those 4 hijacked planes originated. Bill, what's the latest about the investigation there?
Well, John, the investigation continues. The FBI has control of Logan Airport. Logan Airport remains shut down. But what has been revealed overnight, wire services are reporting that authorities have impounded a Mitsubishi sedan, an automobile that was parked in central parking here at Logan Airport, and the 3 passengers that were in that van reportedly got onto the flight that crashed into the World Trade Center. There are 3 Arabic men, we're told, and 1, we're told, is a trained pilot. Within that Mitsubishi sedan was recovered a videotape, an instructional videotape on how to fly a commercial jet, and also a flight manual in Arabic. Also today, we're told by Governor Angus King of Maine that 2 individuals left Portland's jetport yesterday using New Jersey licenses as identification, and they flew to Logan and got onto American Airlines Flight 11, the other flight that crashed into the World Trade Center yesterday morning. Their luggage did not make the connection, and that has been confiscated, and it's been reported that that also contained a copy of a flight manual and a copy of the Koran. So that's 5 suspects who reportedly came through Logan Airport yesterday morning. Very key information, of course, being followed up. Now, the airport remains shut down. We are told that at 11 a.m. there'll be a briefing here by Massport officials, and they will tell us when and under what conditions Logan Airport might reopen. Live in Boston, Bill Rapley, Fox News.
All right, Bill, thanks very much. There is some breaking news to report this morning as well. Let's go to Neil Cavuto down in Fox Central for the latest. Neil?
All right, John, thank you very much. We are getting reports now from the Securities and Exchange Commission that the financial markets could reopen as soon as tomorrow. We have not confirmed this with the New York Stock Exchange or the NASDAQ. Reaching this and confirming it with them is very difficult to do at this point. But what we do have is a Dow Jones Wire report that Harvey Pitt, the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission, says the markets are planning to reopen Thursday. Now, this is very important if for no other reason than psychologically that the U.S. capital markets return to business as usual, even though it will be anything but once they do reopen tomorrow. The World Trade Center housed a lot of important brokerage houses, including Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter. A bulk of their offices were in one World Trade Center. Of course, that tower among the two that collapsed yesterday. But again, indications are that the financial markets are looking at an open tomorrow. We don't know exactly when that will be, but this would be the first time the exchanges have opened since this whole mess started yesterday morning. Back to you, John.
All right, it's going to be momentous when that happens. Neil Cavuto, thanks very much. John Gibson, back to you.
John Scott, first of all, I should tell everybody that President Bush plans to address the nation at 10:45 Eastern Time. Fox News Channel will, of course, carry the president's statement live, and we can expect that in just a little more than an hour. Meanwhile, let us go to our Washington bureau and former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich, who has some insight on what may be occurring in the houses of Congress when they convene shortly. Mr. Gingrich, I understand that you have some information on what will be calls for a declaration of war. Who would call for such a thing, and who would we declare war against?
Well, it's ultimately up to the president. It's his call, but I know that there's a great deal of work underway to consider calling for a declaration of war, which I would personally strongly support. The declaration would be against bin Laden and any terrorist who supported him, and the declaration would be against any state which harbored or protected bin Laden after the United States demanded that they were turned over. I think that clearly Afghanistan is a potential target, Sudan is a potential target. I don't know beyond that, but it's increasingly clear, as you just reported, that we are going to be able to track down the evidence of who was involved. This was a systematic act of war, and it is very, very important that we move in the direction of making this a matter of war, a matter of national security policy, not a criminal justice system matter. And I think that in that sense, my hope is that this morning the president will be indicating that he will be coming to the Congress soon and that he'll be asking the Congress for a declaration of war.
So, Mr. Gingrich, I'm trying to get the picture here. It is obviously an act of war. More people, as Ollie North pointed out to us this morning, more people probably died in that scene behind me than died on the beaches of Normandy. However, don't we normally need to declare war against an entity rather than an individual? In other words,
no, you would declare war against the terrorist organizations and any governments which support, sustain, or protect those terrorist organizations. Ollie North did yesterday correctly draw the parallel between Thomas Jefferson taking on the Barbary pirates, who were in that period outlaws outside the law, and the situation that we're now dealing with. And in the Marine Corps hymn, The Shores of Tripoli, is a reference to that 1803 decision by the United States that it would not tolerate that kind of outlaw behavior. So you can't, it's not a legal question here. The Congress of the United States has the power to declare war. The president has the power as commander-in-chief to recommend that we declare war. We are faced with a new reality, as you just said. More people died yesterday, more civilians died yesterday than on any day in American history. It is clear that forces have declared war against the United States. What is not yet clear is whether we're prepared to step up to that, declare war, and use the elements of war, the military, the intelligence community, or whether we're going to try to deal with this as a criminal justice problem, which, in my judgment, would be an enormous mistake.
Yeah, it would be insufficient. I think everybody agrees with that. But Speaker Gingrich, before I lose you, before I run out of time, if a declaration of war occurs, how does that free the hand of the president as would be different from the situation today as we speak?
Look, if you were to read Wes Clark's book about the Kosovo campaign, Waging Modern War, he was the American general in command. He talks about how lawyers decided targeting. Lawyers decided what could be done because we weren't technically at war. When you go to war, you have a whole new set of rules. You can blockade, you can use force, and you communicate to other governments, such as Sudan and Afghanistan, that the United States is now serious, that killing our men, women, and children, killing people in our cities will never be accepted, and you're either with us against the terrorist or you're with the terrorist against us, but there will be no neutrals. It's a very, very big difference. I can't overstate the difference between being at war and failing to have a declaration of war.
Former Speaker of the House Newt Gingrich, anticipating what is coming up this morning, calls for a declaration of war, which the president may very well have to follow. Mr. Gingrich, thanks very much. Let's go now back to the studio and John Scott.
All right, John Gibson, thanks very much. And within the hour, perhaps an hour and 15 minutes, we are expecting to hear from President Bush. We don't know exactly what that speech will contain, but we will certainly bring you there live to the White House when that speech begins. I want to introduce now a gentleman who was once charged with protecting the safety of the citizens of New York, both as police commissioner and fire commissioner. Howard Safer is with us. You must wince like we all do when you see the replays of those pictures of those planes hitting the buildings.
It is a police commissioner or a fire commissioner's worst nightmare, and I've lost some personal friends in this tragedy, and this is the most barbaric act that one could imagine.
Because, of course, a number of New York City firefighters, hundreds of them, in fact, were at the base of those buildings trying to help evacuate people when the buildings came down on top of them.
That's right. Firefighters and police officers run into danger while other people run the other way, and they were there doing their jobs when the building collapsed.
What are the hopes for rescuing more people, perhaps hundreds of people alive? Can we get our hopes up that high?
Well, I think there's always hope. I think when you have a collapse as big as this, there's always a possibility people are in pockets within the wreckage. The president has dispatched 8 urban search and rescue teams from around the country that have specialized equipment, dogs, fiber optic cameras that can get into small spaces, and if there's any chance of finding somebody, these teams can do it.
You have such a wide-ranging perspective on this tragedy because not only were you police commissioner, not only were you fire commissioner here, but you also have worked for the Drug Enforcement Agency and for the U.S. Marshals Service. Now, from a law enforcement standpoint, from a military action standpoint even, what should the response of the United States be to what happened yesterday?
Well, the response has to be focused, it has to be immediate, and in my view, it has to be final. We cannot be talking around the edges of this problem. What we have to do is we have to identify who did it, who supports them, and in plain language, we have to take them out.
Can we do that? Do we have the capability?
I think we do have the capability with some help from some of our allies. One of the problems, I believe, is that since the Church Committee, when Senator Church basically excoriated the CIA and made them relatively impotent in the use of human resources, we have been way behind the 8 ball in having good human intelligence. And that's really what you need in this kind of situation. And I think we have to give the CIA back the power to get involved in what is a dirty business and get involved in covert human activities that may be distasteful to civil libertarians but protects our freedom.
There was a time when, during the spate of hijackings afflicting this country, armed sky marshals were flying on, was it all American flights or was it selected U.S. domestic flights?
At the beginning it was all, then it was selected, and then it was none. And I believe that the Sky Marshal program could be very effective with properly trained personnel, with proper weapons. You may note that there has never been a hijacking of an El Al airliner. And El Al has personnel, security personnel on all of their flights, and are very careful about their security.
I travel frequently, fly a lot. I take this Leatherman kind of tool, a utility tool. The blade is virtually as sharp as a razor, and nobody has ever prevented me from bringing this thing on a plane. And with this kind of knife eventually, and some simple box cutters, a bunch of people were apparently able to inflict the worst civilian casualty count this country has ever seen.
Well, that comes right back to the issue of airport security and whether or not we're serious about airport security, which we are not. Basically, the FAA, which controls airport security, has caved to the commercial airlines who are more interested in getting people through magnetometers and through x-ray machines so they can spend money at the stores in the airports and onto their flights than they are about security.
Is it time to bring the Sky Marshals back?
Well, I think it's time to bring the Sky Marshals back. It's time to look at new technology relative to entry into airports. And one of the reasons that you could get that knife onto an aircraft is I've seen many, many times that the low-paid personnel at the checkpoints, you'll put that in a plastic bucket and they'll just shove it over the top of the x-ray machine and hand it back to you. We need better trained personnel, we need better procedures, and we need better technology.
Howard Safer, again, a man who lost many friends in the disaster yesterday. We thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Let's go back up and check in now with John Gibson. John?
You know, John Scott, one of the there are a couple amazing stories. This morning we heard about 6 firemen and 2 police officers. There are 300 firemen missing in the collapse of the Twin Towers yesterday. 6 of them and 6 of their police brethren and 2 Port Authority officers were dug out of the rubble alive and apparently well, or well enough considering. Also an amazing story Eric Shawn told us about a man who was pulled out of the rubble, a Port Authority police, who told his rescuers that he had been on the 82nd floor. He had ridden the wreckage down 82 floors and lived to tell about it. Meanwhile, down in Daytona Beach, Florida, this investigation is underway. Our Orlando Salinas is there. Orlando, our understanding is they are investigating a flight school to see if the people who hijacked these planes were trained on how to fly 757s and 767s there in Florida. Is that right?
You got it right. You hit it right on the head, John. Exactly it. As you said this morning, we are here in Daytona Beach, Florida. Chris Pontius, our photographer. Chris, if you could move it over that way. Over here to my left, you're right at home, John. That is the Daytona 500 Speedway. A little over to the left of that, you've got the Daytona Beach International Airport. Now, the FBI, also Daytona Beach Police, Bomb Squad, all out here in force. They were here on the campus of the Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. They were here, started getting here right around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Why here? Why this specific aviation school? Investigators have apparently intercepted cell phone calls linking yesterday's attacks in New York, also D.C., also Pittsburgh, to what it calls sympathizers in Broward County, Florida, as well as right here in Daytona Beach. Now, here's what we understand has taken place here yesterday. A red Camaro was seized by federal agents. It's believed to be owned by one of the terrorists on one of those 4 planes that were hijacked yesterday. Which one? We're not sure just yet. Of course, all of those suspects, those terrorists, also died in those crashes. Now, why the focus on Embry-Riddle right here in this area? Because this school apparently does indeed recruit and train wannabe pilots from all over the world. Nearly 800 students on this campus alone from Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Lebanon, Kuwait, Tunisia. The list goes on and on. And investigators say that they have got their hands on a manifest list from all 4 of those planes. That manifest list, or should list clearly, the names of all of the passengers and crew. One manifest does include the name of one person believed to support billionaire terrorist Arab Osama bin Laden. That person believed to have been a student here at Embry-Riddle University. U.S. officials pointing to cell phone calls they intercepted following yesterday's attacks, where supporters apparently, supposedly, congratulated each other on their day's work. Supporters right here in Daytona. Now, bin Laden has been tied to a string of attacks against American overseas, and the 1993 bombing, of course, of the World Trade Center, an underground car bomb in that case. The U.S. intelligence community believes its best information is that bin Laden is living in Afghanistan and is being protected there. Afghanistan's ruling Islamic militia, the Taliban, saying that bin Laden did not do it. They say he doesn't have enough money to pull this sort of thing off. It's just too big. It's too well planned. U.S. officials, of course, don't buy that for a single minute. Now, just as cell phone calls may now link bin Laden to this attack, cell phones also gave some of the victims on those 4 planes yesterday one last chance to speak to their families, in each case just seconds before their planes crashed. Investigators say that this aviation school, Embry-Riddle in Daytona Beach, has highly sophisticated flight simulators, and that they believe the hijackers may have been trained right here on this campus. Also have to tell you, there is another school here in Daytona Beach, and apparently both of these schools do recruit students from overseas. I have to tell you also right now, the FBI, and we understand also more police from Daytona Beach, are on their way to the school this morning. We understand more are on their way here. Also, the school says they may be giving a press conference sometime later on this afternoon. When that happens, John, of course, we'll bring it back to you. John?
Orlando Salinas in Daytona connecting some of the dots for us. A lot of us wondering how it was possible that hijackers could take over the controls of these planes. In the case of 2 of them coming out of Boston, hijacking the planes hundreds of miles from New York City, and yet finding the twin trade towers like needles in the haystack and ramming those planes dead on into the towers. As the tower, in fact, the towers are big, they are huge, but considering the vast airspace around here and considering the distance those planes flew to hit those towers, it obviously was a trained pilot at the yoke. We have heard from people saying you can learn how to do this on a home computer with a flight simulator, but we've heard from others experts saying no, it requires a bit more expertise. And Orlando Salinas now reporting to us what may have been the connection between the hijackers and that expertise, a flight training school in Daytona, Florida. John Scott, back to you in the studio.
Thanks, John. You know, yesterday was the most awful day any of us has ever seen, but it could have been worse. We are learning that the White House may have been one of the targets. James Rosen has more on that now. James?
Well, John, President Bush arrived at work this morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Time inside the Oval Office, as he normally does. But that facade of normalcy cannot obscure the fact that we are all changed people today. And although it suffered no physical damage like the Twin Towers or the Pentagon, the White House is forever a changed place. Now, the president arrived back here at the White House around 7 p.m. last night. Yesterday's heinous attacks came as Mr. Bush was about to speak to school children in Sarasota, Florida. After the full scope of the attacks became known, the president left for an Air Force base in Louisiana, where he made some brief public remarks. The White House by mid-afternoon was still considered too unsafe for the president to return here, so instead, Air Force One took Mr. Bush to perhaps the nation's most secure site, the Strategic Air Command Center in Omaha, Nebraska. There, the president, by teleconference, consulted with the National Security Council, and of course, at 8:30 Eastern Time, the president formally addressed the nation from the Oval Office. He vowed to punish those responsible for these attacks and those harboring those responsible. And perhaps recognizing the truly biblical scale of devastation suffered yesterday, the president, in his speech, turned to biblical scripture.
Tonight, I ask for your prayers for all those who grieve, for the children whose worlds have been shattered, for all whose sense of safety and security has been threatened. And I pray they will be comforted by a power greater than any of us, spoken through the ages in Psalm 23. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me.
Now, as all surely know, the Pentagon was among two of the targets hit yesterday, along with the World Trade Center in New York. I had the chance yesterday to speak with a senior civilian man at the Pentagon. This is someone who is deeply involved in the Pentagon's top-to-bottom review of force structure, etc., something that President Bush and Secretary Donald Rumsfeld have initiated. This individual told me that that review of the military force structure and its capabilities and its spending habits and so on will not be at all affected by yesterday's events. And something of an irony, of course, in Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld, the day before the attacks, proclaiming at a major speech at the Pentagon that the enemy is within the Pentagon in the form of bureaucratic waste. Reporting live from the White House, James Rosen, Fox News. Back to you in New York.
James, they're talking about the fact that that plane that slammed into the Pentagon actually appeared to be first headed for the White House. Are you hearing anything new about that there on the White House grounds?
Pretty much the same reports that you're hearing, John. A, that plane that wound up slamming into the Pentagon was originally intended for the White House, and B, the plane that crashed in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, might have been intended as a second follow-through attack upon the White House, similar to the way we saw two planes attacking at the World Trade Center. This is unconfirmed. The White House is really giving very few details so far about who they think is responsible, what kind of retaliatory measures they expect to take, and also the logistics of which planes were intended to hit where and everything. Right now focused, of course, on rescuing those people who may still be trapped alive beneath the wreckage of both the Pentagon and the World Trade Center. John?
All right, James Rosen at the White House. Thanks. And back upstairs now to John Gibson.
You know, John Scott, everybody is wondering how these hijackers managed to take over these four planes. Joining us now, Governor Jim Gilmore of Virginia, whose credentials in this area, if I've got it right, Governor, are that you are a former intelligence officer and you are a member of a special commission designed to figure out what we should do about domestic terrorism. So, let me ask you, if you've got hijackers armed with nothing more than the kind of small knife a person is allowed to take on an airplane, or a razor blade, a box cutter, or a plastic knife, in other words, hijackers whose weapons are below the radar of our detection systems, what do we do then?
Well, John, I think we have to simply be mature about this and recognize that terrorism's great strength is that they choose the time and the place and the method of the attack. I chaired this commission on terrorism, weapons of mass destruction, and domestic response. It's a 3-year commission. We've already issued 2 reports. And in our very first year, we assessed the threat and thought that while a nuclear biological attack was possible, it was unlikely, but a conventional attack like this one was highly probable. And I think all of us today are really troubled and disturbed and very saddened by this attack upon innocent men and women. But the terrorist does this for the purpose of creating shock and trying to change the nature of the community that they're attacking. And I believe that America is changed. I believe that we will go to a place now where we will be very resolved, that we will recognize that people who are our enemies, who arm and state that they wish to do us injury, place themselves in the positions of being enemies of this nation. And I think that the president is going to be very concerned about that, and his decisive leadership is already beginning to be evident.
Governor Gilmore, we got about a minute until New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani is going to hold a news conference describing the rescue efforts down at the World Trade Center where the two towers collapsed. But let me just ask you, before we have to go to that, is it time for America to go back to armed sky marshals on every plane that takes to the air in the United States?
Well, I think that the people of the United States want to see every possible action taken to make us as secure as possible. But the answer is going to be many reforms that we have proposed in our commission. We think that we need to re-empower our intelligence community. Many of the things that they should have been able to do were taken away from them many years ago. We have to have a national strategy that deals with also federal and state and local responders. We have to have a national strategy, and we have to go to work doing that. There are many efforts that we're already making to be secure. We should be unstinting in those efforts. But we have to focus our attention on the people that wish to do us harm and recognize that if they declare themselves to be armed enemies of this country, that we should act decisively to defend the nation, as under international law we have the right to do.
Do I hear you supporting, in a tacit or oblique way, pardon me, Governor Gilmore, if you wouldn't mind standing by, let's go now to a briefing being held by New York Mayor Rudy Giuliani on the rescue efforts down at the World Trade Center. Let's listen to the mayor.
Good morning. We just completed a long meeting with all of the agencies of the city, state, governor, participated in it, and the Port Authority.
Not only were heroes at the beginning, but they're still heroes. They're down there under enormous personal strain and risk. I saw them at the ground zero while a high-rise was on fire right across the street that could have collapsed. And they are risking their lives to try to save their friends and their colleagues and the New Yorkers who are still trapped. And we have to thank them, say a prayer for them. This is a time for rescue, it's a time for commitment, but it's also a time to reflect and grieve for those who didn't have their parents come home last night, or for those who still might be lost. And we will get through this because, as the mayor indicated, New Yorkers come together in times of crisis, and we've seen tremendous spirit donating blood, volunteering at hospitals, helping us to get through this. And we have done everything we could to be supportive. We have National Guard troops here now. We are mobilizing fire departments from Westchester and Rockland that are backing up in the Bronx. We're mobilizing fire departments from Nassau and Suffolk that will help in some of the outer boroughs on Long Island. But what we don't need are people just simply coming in to volunteer. We have the hotlines, we have the organization, we have tremendous coordination between the city and the state and the federal government. So people who want to exercise their expertise, whether they're firefighters, they should contact their fire department. If they're EMTs or nurses, they should contact the hotline that we have set up at the state, where we've already had about 10,000 calls. So this is a tragic episode in American history, but New Yorkers will get through this. America will get through this. We will not be intimidated. We will not lose our freedom.
What is the status of the World Trade?
One other thing that we should do. These are the flight recorder boxes that the firefighters and the police officers and the rescuers are looking for, and we're going to we'll give you copies of this. We'd like you to put it out as broadly as possible. We're giving copies to all the rescue people and recovery people, so that they can try to find them. Altogether there'll be 4, 2 for each airplane, and that's what they look like, except it'll be obviously covered with soot and dirt. But there are a lot of people involved in the recovery and relief effort who know what they're looking for, and then there'll be some that don't. So if we can give those out, it would be very important. This morning's meeting was devoted to the relief and recovery effort, largely. This afternoon, we're going to focus on the economic recovery of the city and work with the hotels, the restaurants, the real estate industry. We're going to rebuild. We're not only going to rebuild, we're going to come out of this stronger than we were before. And in addition to having wonderful people in New York, as the governor indicated, we also have the strongest business community of any place in the world. And we're going to call upon them, and we're going to need their help. But we're going to come out of this emotionally stronger, politically stronger, much closer together as a city, and we're going to come out of this economically stronger, too. And we're going to start working on that right away.
What's the status of the World Financial Center? There appears to be a fire burning across the street now, fairly significant.
I believe... Do you want to answer that, Richard? Have the FBI?
The smoke from the World Financial Center was from a defective generator that the fire department worked on. There was no major fire at the World Financial Center.
A statement from the FBI? The FBI?
I'll make a brief statement. Obviously, as you all know, this is a pending criminal investigation. I can tell you that it is being coordinated by Director Mueller at FBI headquarters. We have essentially all 56 field offices in the country involved in this. There are primarily a dozen offices where the airplanes were hijacked and left. We're doing a lot of things as far as at those particular airports, checking on the planes, checking with crews, cleaning people. All of that is ongoing as we speak. Probably the major thrust that we are doing right now is we do have the manifest. We're reaching out to all of the families, interviewing them, and the primary purpose of that is obviously to get any information. You have had, and the media has reported, there's been a number of calls made from these various planes. We would like to put out to the people, if they haven't reported that to law enforcement, to call their local law enforcement or FBI so we can get a hold of it. The obvious thrust for us right at this particular point in time is to identify the number and the individuals who were in fact hijackers. So that is the major thrust. We will be doing a crime scene. The primary thing is, as the mayor just pointed out to you, is the black boxes. We're working with the city, but again, that's going to follow the search and rescue, ongoing intensive investigation. That's all I have at this time.
Can you say anything about the arrest in Florida and the seizure of a car in Florida and the seizure of a car in
We have a number of leads that we're running around the country. A number of these, I'm not going to get into specifics other than it's my understanding we did detain some individuals over in New Jersey. Essentially, we are finding out that is not all that relevant at this particular point in time, but I'm going to limit my comments. That is going to any of the investigative news pertaining to this investigation will come out of Washington, D.C.
Is there anyone in custody at this time? Is there anyone in custody at this time?
Other than the ones that I just mentioned to you, there are some over in New Jersey. That's the only
Mr.
one.
Mon, can you explain to us, Mr. Mon, how airports, airlines that have been hijacked could come into the New York area without being detected by radar, without the route that they were taken being questioned by people in Transcon or radar?
I can't really answer that. That would be FAA and NTSB. I'm not going to get in. I don't know the answer to that.
Did you have any warning at all that there were hijacked airplanes in the air?
No, I can tell you this was a surprise. As the mayor and the governor has pointed out, it was a surprise, a shock. We had no forewarning of this happening.
Mr. Mon, there were reports that the FBI was investigating a hijacked plane just before the first plane hit the World Trade Center. Is that true?
I'm not aware of that.
Do you have any sense at this point of the range of potentially of people that were in the World Trade Centers and that are still missing or presumed dead? What is even the conceivable range that there is at this point?
The numbers that we're working on are in the thousands. Obviously, we hope that's not the case, but the estimate would be for both of the buildings that although building number 2 had a chance to clear out. A lot of people probably cleared out of building number 2. Building number 1 had some time to clear out, but there were areas of it that were affected. The best estimate that we can make, relying on the Port Authority and just everyone else that has experience with this, is that there'll be a few thousand people left in each building.
Mr. Mayor, you talked about...
And then our recovery relief efforts and our work with the medical examiner are premised on those kinds of numbers.
Mayor, can you explain, if there are thousands of bodies and if there were 120 trucks of debris taken out, where are the bodies if there's only 41 confirmed fatalities? Where are the rest of them?
A lot of the debris that was taken out are structural things that were in the way of the relief effort. I don't know that the debris was actually taken out of the actual buildings that fell. But
ought to be the next step by the United States, whether it be a declaration of war or whatever. Let's go back to the House of Representatives.
I and the gentleman from Texas wish to be...
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to announce today's schedule.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, as you have directed, the House is convening now. We will stay in session from now until 11 o'clock, where members will have time for 1 minute. At 11 o'clock this morning, we will take a recess until 12:30 while the chamber is cleared. Members of the body will be invited back to the chamber at 12:30, at which time we will have a member briefing on the floor that will last until 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Gephardt and I will call up by unanimous consent a joint resolution to condemn yesterday's terrorist acts. That resolution will be addressed by this body under that unanimous consent request with an understanding that we will continue to address it until each member of this chamber has had ample time to address this issue as he or she sees fit. I want to thank all the members of this body for their patience, their commitment, their understanding, and their resolve during this trying time. And let me assure you, Mr. Speaker, by the time the 435 members of this body have spoken today, the world will have no doubt about who we are, what we will stand for, and what we will not stand for. And I yield my time.
What you see is an extraordinarily emotional beginning to the day's deliberations in the House of Representatives, but then again, that's what you'd expect. Dick Armey, the House Majority Leader, referred to a joint resolution, a House-Senate resolution that will be voted on at about 2 o'clock this afternoon. Let me give you a sense of what's going on. There has been a lot of debate about whether this ought to require a declaration of war. I'll very quickly read some language from it that indicates the direction that they're going in. Then we will go to Minority Leader Richard Gephardt.
Mr. Speaker and members of the House.
Now let's listen to him, and then we'll go to the resolution.
America, our blessed nation, suffers today terribly. Terrorists sought to use fear as a weapon against every person in this nation. They do not know America, and they do not know Americans. They think freedom is our vulnerability. It is our strength. We will need that strength in the days ahead. Throughout our proud history, we have met every challenge, and we will meet this challenge. We're united in mourning for all of our fellow citizens who were injured and died. I've been so moved in watching the television and seeing the heroism, the courage, the patriotism, the bravery, the goodness of our people trying to help one another, save one another, bind up our wounds, and find those who have been lost. Our hearts go out to every person, every family that has been touched by this awful tragedy. And to all the families who at this very moment are enduring an unspeakable, unimaginable horror in their lives. In times of national tragedy, Americans have always come together, strengthened our resolve, and faced adversity squarely while giving aid and comfort to every victim, every family member, every relative, every person affected by the tragedy. On this occasion, we are once again showing the world what it means to be an American. We make a solemn pledge that we will honor all of the victims by committing ourselves to defend our land, our families, and our freedom. Today we go back to work in Washington, New York, and all around the country, and we're determined to show the world that America will not be defeated by anyone. Finally, we will do everything within our power to bring these heinous terrorists to justice, to address this horrible act of despicable cowardice, and to ensure that something like this never, ever happens to our people again. We should also recognize that our public spaces, the heart and soul of American freedom, American ingenuity, and American entrepreneurship, were violated yesterday in the most heinous way. We must, in one voice, work to reassure the American people that they are safe in our streets, in the air, and in all of the buildings, no matter where they live or what they do. This Congress, in a nonpartisan way, will work as hard as humanly possible to make sure that our people have the safety they demand and deserve, and that terror is defeated completely and finally. Make no mistake, this was an act of war against the United States and all of our people. And we will not be divided. All of us, the President, the Congress, and the American people, are today and will be tomorrow, and in all the tomorrows, totally and completely united in our determination to begin the process of healing and to take swift action to see that the people who committed this horrible crime are properly punished. May God shed His grace on this great and wonderful country and all of our people.
Yesterday's terrorist attack has utterly transformed Washington in the sense that you have just seen. You see House Minority Leader Dick Gephardt, House Majority Leader Dick Armey, both together issuing very strong speeches. Yesterday, there was a spontaneous singing of God Bless America. Even on radio stations in Washington, news broadcasters are encouraging people to fly the American flags and to salute military personnel working in the town. Suddenly, all the old disagreements are being set aside. A couple of important things, though, to recognize about Dick Gephardt's speech. One, he said that this is an act of war, and the resolution that will be voted on later today includes a direct mention of war. That has significant consequences, which we'll discuss later. But here is Senate Majority Leader Tom Daschle.
And our support for the President as our Commander-in-Chief. The world should know that the members of both parties in both houses stand united in this. The full resources of our government will be brought to bear in aiding the search and rescue and in hunting down those responsible and those who may have aided or harbored them. Nothing can replace the losses of those that have suffered. I know that there is only the smallest measure of inspiration that can be taken from this devastation. But there is a passage in the Bible from Isaiah that I think speaks to all of us at times like this. The bricks have fallen down, but we will rebuild with dressed stone. The fig trees have been felled, but we will replace them with cedars. That is what we will do. We will rebuild, and we will recover. The people of America will stand strong together because the people of America have always stood together. And those of us privileged to serve this great nation will stand with you. God bless the people of America. I yield the floor.
There you see Senate Leader Pro Tem Robert Byrd. He is now going to let Trent Lott, the Republican leader, have his remarks. Let's listen in.
Mr. President, any expression of sympathy for the suffering today is too weak. Every expression of horror at this outrage is too mild. But we must confront these acts and find a way to come together and make sure that this kind of heinous, vicious action will not happen.
Work with one of the survivors. Gentlemen, can you come over here for a second? This is Brian Van Flander. This is Steve Martinez. They're emergency medical technicians. You loaded up onto an ambulance.
Donations in New York and across the country. Hospital officials in New York say they still need more. In Denver yesterday,
There's no way to understand it, to explain it, defend it. Americans just don't think that way. And so it makes it hard for us to comprehend this very difficult moment and to do what's necessary to deal with it and stop it in the future. Our prayers obviously are going out to the families, the victims, those that have been there that are suffering in so many ways in New York, in Virginia, and in Pennsylvania, yes, in all of America. I think we have such a debt of appreciation to pay to those that have struggled mightily with these catastrophic events at the Pentagon and at the World Trade Center and in these cities and states, the volunteers, those that gave their lives trying to deal with this terrible moment, to our allies and to those all around the world that see this not just as a strike at America, but at freedom and democracy all over the world. And to those that have already extended their hand of cooperation and understanding and support, I think we should tell them how much we appreciate it on behalf of the American people. Now, Mr. President, it's so important that we show that even these terrible acts cannot stop America from going forward. We must get on with our important work. But it is important also that we make it clear that this is not business as usual. We're going ahead with our responsibilities. But we are going to act now, tomorrow, and in the weeks and months ahead to make sure that we deal with the people that have taken these actions and all those that have supported them, and that we take whatever action is necessary in the Congress, working with the administration, working with the American people to stop this kind of terrorism. Whatever we call it, we must put ourselves in a war footing. We must make up our minds we're going to fight this scourge of the world. We have come together. There are moments in history when in the past the people in this country have set aside all kinds of other conflicts and prejudices and passions and have come together. We'll do it now. We've already done it. but we must continue to do so, regardless of region, religion, party, philosophy, or anything else. Maybe this is the moment that had to come, as horrible as it is, to make us realize what serious threat we have here. There's much to do. We've got to find out how this happened. Congress has a right and a responsibility to learn what has happened here. We must find out who did it. And we must be prepared to take actions and fight terrorist attacks in the future. This is not a time for timidity. This is not a time for pontification. Yes, we need to be sure of our actions. We need to be committed and determined. We need to be bold. Here in the Congress, I hope we will think about what is the most important thing we should do in the next 2 weeks, in the next 2 months. Are there dramatic actions that we could take in the way we have done our legislative process in the past? What are our responsibilities in making sure we're doing everything we can to fight terrorism, to provide the funds that are necessary in this fight, and to provide the aid that is going to be so necessary for those that have been damaged and have lost so much as a result of these acts. Just in a few hours, we will take up, I presume, the Commerce State Justice Appropriations Bill. In that bill is funding for counterterrorism. Is it enough? Can we do more? What should we do? And so I call on the Senate, as I know it will, to rise to this occasion. Be bold. Let's act together. The American people expect no less of us. I yield the floor.
There was Senate Minority Leader Trent Lott calling somewhat vaguely for boldness, but interestingly enough, as Richard Gephardt, the House Minority Leader, did before him, he used the word war. Let me read very briefly from the resolutions that's going to be voted on later today. It says that the Congress declares that these premeditated attacks struck not only at the people of America, but also the symbols and structures of our economic and military strength, and that the United States is entitled to respond under international law. It continues that it is going to ask foreign leaders to continue to stand with the United States in the war against international terrorism. It calls for Congress to commit to support increased resources in the war to eradicate terrorism, and finally declares today a national day of unity and mourning. The use of the word war is significant for a very simple reason. It gives the United States much greater latitude in taking action, whether this is going to constitute a formal declaration of war, something we have not had since the Second World War, remains an open question. But as you see, members of both houses today are calling for the use of force swiftly, boldly, and at this point they want to eradicate, again to use Richard Gephardt's formulation, it was the strongest of the day, to defeat terrorism utterly. I think you're going to hear a lot of comments to that effect today. Here is the Senate whip, or the Senate Assistant Majority Leader, Harry Reid of Nevada.
Moment's notice. I'm very proud of the Capitol Police. We all should be. Every day they put their lives on the line for us. My hearts go out to the police officers and firemen in New York who lost their lives attempting to help other people. Mr. President, I hope we will all join with Senators Durbin and Bennett in making sure.
May we have order in the Senate?
I hope we will join with Senators Durbin and Bennett to make sure that every penny necessary to build a visitor center is completed, and completed this year. We need more than a plaque on a wall for Officers Chestnut and Gibson. In their honor, we need to build a visitor center. Mr. President, we'll do everything in our power to support President Bush in his efforts to ensure that those who've done such
Let me explain briefly what was just going on there. Harry Reid was referring to a shooting in the United States Capitol a couple of years ago that claimed the lives of a couple of Capitol Police as a gunman tried to barge toward the office of House Majority Whip Tom DeLay. In any event, there's been a big debate in Washington about building a secure visitor center where visitors first would have to go and then they'd move through a tunnel or some other structure into the nation's capital after a full security check. That is what he was referring to, is to go ahead and get that done. Again, you'll notice there's a bipartisan reference. Dick Durbin is a Democrat from Illinois. Bob Bennett is a Republican from Utah. And those are the kinds of things that you're going to be seeing a lot of today, and I dare say for the next few weeks, as again, a rare state of bipartisanship has begun to flourish in Washington. As Trent Lott said, maybe not under the circumstances people would like, but now under a necessity that every American must respond to.
Attacks against the United States were not just acts of terror. They were acts of war perpetrated by the uncivilized. And in this war against those who would use terror to attack innocent civilians, our democratic values and our freedom, the United States as the leader of the free world and its only remaining superpower should be prepared to use every diplomatic, economic, and military means at our disposal to defend ourselves and defeat these forces of evil. Of course, we should deploy our best diplomatic efforts to engage our friends and allies around the world in this war against international terrorism. Of course we should do that. Mr. President, I personally appreciate, as I think our nation should and does, the support immediately expressed yesterday by President Putin and the Russian people. As our allies around the world look to us for leadership and protection, we must call upon all nations to provide their friendship and support in this critical time of need. However, while diplomacy will play a central role in this war against terrorism, we must employ the full economic and military might of the United States against those who threaten our citizens, our national security interests, our democracy, and our freedom. As I supported President George Herbert Walker Bush 10 years ago in his decision to use the overwhelming military force of the United States in the Persian Gulf War, I stand with President George W. Bush in his commitment to use every means at our disposal to exterminate the perpetrators of yesterday's acts of terror and war. Those who kill innocent Americans must be held accountable. And Mr. President, make no mistake about it, they will be. Moreover, and I stand firmly with the President on this crucial point, those who aid and harbor perpetrators of terror must also be held accountable. Make no mistake about that, they will be. And while I can assure the American people that we will hunt down those barbarians who committed yesterday's act of terrorism, we must also act to prevent these types of attacks from occurring in the future. International terrorism is perhaps the greatest modern threat to our national security interests, and we must be prepared to act accordingly. General Holland, the United States Air Force Commander-in-Chief of Special Operations Command at MacDill Air Base in Florida, directs our counterterrorism efforts on behalf of the United States military. But he has no civilian counterpart, Mr. President. We need to establish one. The successful fight against terrorism is one that will require the highest level of diplomatic skill in gathering intelligence, as well as the most effective use of our economic and military strength. However, when diplomacy fails, as it regrettably does on occasion, we must be prepared to employ alternatives. Terrorists, especially those who have the capability to plan and execute the kinds of attacks that we witnessed graphically yesterday, require a significant level of financing and protection. We should be prepared to use alternatives such as economic sanctions to deter and prevent nations, organizations, and individuals from aiding and abetting those who engage in terrorism. And when diplomacy and economic sanctions fail, as they do on occasion, our resolve to fight terror must not waver. We must use military force in this war against terrorism, and not just in response to terrorism, but also to prevent future attacks. Our friends, but more importantly, Mr. President, our enemies, will judge us either by our strength and resolve to fight international terrorism or by any perceived weakness and complacency. I want to assure the American people, as well as our friends and allies throughout the world, that we as a nation are ready for this challenge. And I want to make it clear to our enemies and anyone who would consider bringing harm upon Americans, our democratic values and our freedom. We are strong, we're resolved, And, Mr. President, we will prevail.
Again, that was Assistant Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid of Nevada. Now, the most significant headline out of that is that he's calling for basically a terrorism czar. He also outlined what he thought might be a proper series of steps. Number one, you tried diplomacy in dealing with the problem. Number two, sanctions. And number three, the use of military force. He was speaking there not necessarily of the people who perpetrated yesterday's attack, but the nations that harbor them. Earlier today in a conversation with Secretary of State Colin Powell, I asked about a list of nations: Iran, Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, Sudan. Asked him if any of those could be ruled out as harboring terrorists, and he said not a single one could be ruled out. He thought that they were all likely candidates. So as you can see, there's an ambitious docket ahead, not only for the House and Senate, but also the President of the United States. The President's going to be speaking in about 15 minutes to the country. Our Jim Angle is standing by at the White House. He's just attended a briefing on the latest. Jim, first, do we have any sense of what the President's going to be saying when he talks to the nation?
No, I'm sure he'll give us some sense of what he has learned. The President was in the Oval Office at 7:05 this morning. Did not get any updates overnight, Tony, but there was a national security team meeting last night that began with a prayer, after which Mr. Bush went over to the residence and was apparently not awakened during the night with any new information. Now, what is happening today, of
Jim,
course, is that they are...
Jim, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you for a minute. We're going to go to the Senate floor to listen to Senator Chuck Schumer. Hold that thought and we'll be back.
And to our grief and our sadness and our need to move forward. Mr. President, when something this cataclysmic occurs, one's mind works at many, many different levels. It is very difficult to come to grips with such an intense and terrible tragedy, but we must. We have to. We seek his guidance, the generations before us who had their tragedies and also rose to the occasion and rise to the occasion. We must as well. And I would like to discuss my thoughts here. There are many levels, as I say, but at four: the individual level as a New Yorker, level as an American, and at the level of the world. As a New York, as an individual, our first thought goes to all of those who grieve. Last night, in my city and state, there were thousands of dinner tables with a missing person. There were thousands of families who were waiting for that phone call, who dialed their phones endlessly to try and find a loved one. I know a little bit of the angst that they go through. I was in the gym when this occurred, getting ready actually to go address the Supreme Court. And I saw the picture of the first damage to the World Trade Center. At first I said what most said. This must have been an accident, a little propeller plane that happened to crash accidentally into the center. And the fire looked too large, and then we saw the second plane crash in. And immediately it hit me that my daughter attends high school within the shadow of the World Trade Center. Most of the pictures of the conflagration showed her high school in the background. I reached my wife, and for 2 hours we were in virtual panic about trying to locate her and see how she was. And then, praise God, she called, and we were relieved. Those 2 hours of pure misery are now being experienced tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold other by all of the families in New York and in Washington and in Boston and in California who have lost loved ones to this dastardly and disgusting act. So we first think as individuals how this has affected the lives of all of us. Everyone in New York right now knows somebody who's missing. I know of a call. Someone on the 104th floor worked for the good firm of Cantor and Fitzgerald. We can't find hardly anybody from that firm, who called his parents told him he loved him, and they haven't heard from him since. On television yesterday was the search of a mother and two daughters for their husband who worked in the World Trade Center restaurant. I have two daughters. They seemed about the same age, and you saw those little girls, and there was almost nothing we could say. I've subsequently been told they found their father. Let us hope and pray that the others find their fathers and mothers and brothers, sisters, and friends. Let us hope and pray that this tragedy, which is already the largest tragedy we have experienced since World War II, is as minimal as possible. But our hearts go out to all of those who are suffering now. We are with them as one, from one end of this country to the other. As a New Yorker, again, our city is just a beautiful city. We bring people from all over the world. We have for 300 years. And in one generation, we change them into Americans, and they sally forth around the world, around the country, adding vim and vigor and new ideas. And that function of New York will never die. We are an international city, and we love being an international city. And we New Yorkers feel the loss of life as a whole, as a city. Right out my window in Brooklyn, the dominant scene, after you look at the Statue of Liberty, I look over the harbor, living in Park Slope, are those two towers. And not seeing them anymore, I feel violated. I feel that some horrible person has come in and taken something away from all of us as a city. But we will survive and we will prevail. We are New Yorkers. And the diligence of the firefighters and police officers, many of whom have now passed, because they run to tragedy, not away from it, because their job is to save, we think of. We think of, last night was told to me by many people as I was on the phones, the lines to give blood went around block after block. People waited at 9 o'clock, at midnight, at 3 in the morning, standing on line because they knew blood was needed. And this morning, I'm happy to tell my colleagues that the crisis, at least in terms of blood donation, is over, because we have enough blood. I'm told of the story of a merchant whose store was on the path from the World Trade Center north. And he owned a shoe store. And he stood outside and gave the women who were fleeing sneakers, just handing out sneakers, tennis shoes, because he knew they couldn't run and walk away in their high heels. That's a New Yorker. And there are millions of us. We are going to need your help. It's already been offered. I was gratified when the president called me yesterday afternoon and said this nation will do anything it takes to help New York recover. I was gratified when just about every one of you came over to me and to Hillary and offered us the help that we will need. We need help immediately, and the FEMA director, I believe, will be flying up with us to New York early this afternoon to try and give us the help in terms of survival, in terms of the immediate rescue. We will need lots of help after that. We have suffered a huge, huge loss. Our financial industries have to recover, the lifeblood of the nation and the world. And I appreciate the offers, and we will be counting on everybody here and in the other body and in the White House to back us up. as an American. Make no mistake about it. We did wake up in a new world in America. It's a new era. Since World War II, we had the Cold War. We had a brief respite, an interregnum for 5, 7, 10 years. But we're now in a new era. There are forces who are against us, and they are in many corners of the world. They hate us for our freedom. They are against the very progress that we have made. They want to turn the clock all the way back to the Middle Ages. In the past, there have always been backward forces, but technology has given this group the power to affect our lives in ways we never imagined before. Yes, this was a 21st century Pearl Harbor. A little different because they aim at civilians because they know our military's too strong. They are ultimately cowards and bullies. And because it is not a nation that does this, but it affects us. And I would just say 2 things in that regard. 3. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent I be given additional 5 minutes to finish my remarks.
Is there objection? There being no objection, the Senator from New York is recognized for an additional 5 minutes.
I thank the President and my colleagues for their grace. First, we are a resilient nation. We don't take anything on our knees. We're not going to take this. I assure the enemies of America, the enemies of freedom, the enemies of progress, of that. Second, we must keep our freedoms as we do this. To constrict ourselves so would give them the victory. And we must keep them. And third, I would say this to all Americans. Let us not respond in a way that is unseemly of America. There are millions of Muslims and Arab Americans in America. They have different views than I do on the Middle East, staunchly different views. But they were not for this. Let us go after those who advocate terrorism and destruction, but not after a whole people or nationality or religion. We have to avoid that, and that is the American thing to do. Finally, thinking as a world citizen. We are in a new world, interconnected, but often nasty. Technology that has given us so much in the last 20 years has given these small groups, the ability to cause huge, huge damage. Like Pearl Harbor, we are affected directly. Unlike Pearl Harbor, there's no name or zip code or address. But the one common thread is this. If we stay as resolute as we did after Pearl Harbor, we will win this war. We will win this war. We can and we will if we keep our resoluteness. Is somebody involved in anti-terrorism? I have seen us go through paroxysms after each incident. 3 months, 6 months of attention, and then business as usual. We cannot go back to business as usual. We will not win this war against those who seek to destroy our very way of life in a day or in a month or even a year. It's going to take several. But if we are resolute, we will succeed. And they have their weaknesses and their pressure points. I was glad the President said we not only go after the terrorists, but those who harbor terrorism. This could not have been done without some help from countries. There are countries that aid terrorists. We know who they are. They're on the terrorist list. They should not remain immune from what happened. In fact, they are the weak pressure point of the groups who seek to hurt us and destroy us. Some of these awful people who did this yesterday knew how to fly 757s. There was no 757 in the mountains of Afghanistan. How did they get access to learn to do this? These are the kinds of questions we have to ask in the next weeks and months ahead if we do find, as all fingers seem to point, that that's where it came from. And we have to do one other thing. We have to have our European allies know that this finger is not just pointed at us, but at them. And this idea that for temporary economic advantage, they can and continue to have strong economic relations with countries that help and abet and harbor terrorists must go out the window. I was proud to speak to the President yesterday, and I assured him something I think I speak for all of us. Partisanship, divisions are out the window when it comes to this. He will be our leader. He will come up with a plan. We will have advice and offer suggestions, but once that plan is come up with, we will unite. This is a long struggle, my colleagues. It is not an easy struggle. But because of our freedom, because of our American way of life, we will prevail. And so, in conclusion, this event will never leave us the same. Not as individuals, not as New Yorkers, not as Americans, not as residents of the planet Earth. But we can learn from it as we grieve. We can meet the challenge and rise to the next level of civilization. I'm confident we will.
Under the order previously entered, the senior senator of Virginia, Mr. Warner, is recognized not to exceed 10 minutes.
Senator John Warner of Virginia is about to speak. You've just heard from Chuck Schumer of New York. We are expecting President Bush to give comments at any moment. He's going to give them from the cabinet room. We don't know exactly when, so whatever is going on, we'll break away immediately to get the president's comments. Before we do that, though, let's return to the White House where Jim Angle is standing by. And Jim, before you were giving us a sense of the president's day so far, why don't we pick up where we left off?
Well, that's right. He was in the Oval Office at 7:05 this morning, Tony. Got no additional updates overnight, but did have an intelligence briefing this morning and then began the meeting with his national security team at 9:30, the results of which we're likely to get, at least some of those results from the president shortly, as you indicated. Now, one of the things they're saying, obviously, at this stage, one of the first priorities is to mount the rescue mission for anyone who might have survived that blast, and, of course, to work with those families who have lost loved ones and to try to clear the debris in New York and in Washington. In that regard, the White House press secretary says this morning that money will not be a consideration. Yes, let me throw back to you, Tony.
Okay, Jim, well, we're getting some shaky shots right now from the cabinet room. It appears that the president's about to speak. Let's return to John Scott in New York.
All right, Tony Snow, thank you very much.
5 seconds.
Going to be taking you to the cabinet room in just a moment. Right now, we want to pause one moment for our Fox stations to join us. This is Fox News coverage of President Bush's meeting with congressional leaders at the White House. The meeting, of course, in reaction to yesterday's strikes against America by terrorists. I'm John Scott in New York. The president will be in the cabinet room. We are being taken there. He is meeting with a number of congressional leaders. There is talk on Capitol Hill of a declaration of war. Let's listen in.
Just completed a meeting with our national security team, and we've received the latest intelligence updates. The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack. The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced. This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover. But it won't be able to run for cover forever. This is an enemy that tries to hide, but it won't be able to hide forever. This is an enemy that thinks its harbors are safe, but they won't be safe forever. This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world. We will be patient, we'll be focused, and we will be steadfast in our determination. This battle will take time and resolve, but make no mistake about it, we will win. The federal government and all our agencies are conducting business, but it is not business as usual. We are operating on heightened security alert. America is going forward, and as we do so, we must remain keenly aware of the threats to our country. Those in authority should take appropriate precautions to protect our citizens. But we will not allow this enemy to win the war by changing our way of life or restricting our freedoms. This morning I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes to rescue victims, to help the citizens of New York City and Washington, D.C. respond to this tragedy, and to protect our national security. I want to thank the members of Congress for their unity and support. America is united. The freedom-loving nations of the world stand by our side. This will be a monumental struggle of good versus evil, but good will prevail. Thank you very much.
Seeking a formal declaration.
Thank you all.
All right, it appears there will be no more remarks at this time from the president. There is talk of a declaration of war on Capitol Hill. That perhaps will come later in the day. The president says he is requesting emergency funding from Congress to continue the search for victims and begin the fight to find whoever was responsible for this attack. Please stay tuned to Fox News Channel and this Fox station for continuing coverage of this story. I'm John Scott in New York. We will continue to update you now on the latest in the search for victims, both at the Pentagon and also at the World Trade Center. There are no more survivors expected to be located in the Pentagon rubble. About 80 bodies have been retrieved so far at the Pentagon, but the rescue workers there say they don't think they will find anybody else who could have survived. Workers are continuing to dig through the ruins. The death toll expected to be huge at the World Trade Center site. Some people, it is believed, are still trapped alive. There have been miraculous stories so far, and rescuers are hoping they can still find others who have somehow survived. Saudi exile Osama bin Laden is the focus of the terrorist attack probe. The governments of Germany, France, Britain, and Israel have said he is the most likely suspect. The U.S. military is on highest alert following these multiple attacks. So as the search continues for victims down on Wall Street, a lot of people are wondering what is happening with the financial markets in the United States. Our managing business editor, Neil Cavuto, is here with more on that. Neil.
All right, John, thank you very much. Of course, this was the financial capital of the United States, indeed the world. And for a second day running, there is no trading right now on the major stock exchanges, although there is talk, at least, from the Securities and Exchange Commission office that trading will resume tomorrow. The question is when. We've not gotten a confirmation of that from the exchanges themselves, although the SEC is interested in getting things resuming and fast. There are also separate reports, anecdotal at this point, that a lot of people, particularly in that downtown area, were taking money out of banks like bandits. Some, in fact, we're told, even traders who we know and have had on our show in the past, were taking out every bit of money they had. So there's been a run on some accounts. Now, we can say here that at typical times of strife, the Federal Reserve intervenes and starts adding cash to the banking system. This is a routine matter for the Federal Reserve. We do not know the dollar figures involved here, but it is safe to say they go into the billions of dollars. This happened after the '93 World Trade Center bombing. It happened after the 1987 stock market crash. And normally in times of strife, this is something the world's central banks do. Speaking of the world's central banks, they did put out a sort of united statement earlier today that they stand ready to help in anything at all financial on this ongoing crisis, and that is a sign of support for Alan Greenspan, who was in Switzerland attending a bankers conference, and now there is talk as well that he is trying to get back to the United States. Separately, the other great financial leader in this country, the Treasury Secretary of the United States, Paul O'Neill, indicating that he wants to get back to the United States. He's been in Japan meeting with financial authorities, but he, of course, has been telling anyone who will listen that the United States itself is still strong fundamentally, economically, and it's doing a good job. But the concern, at least at this point, is when does business get back to normal? If the intent of these terrorists was to sort of disrupt capitalism, many in the financial community are arguing the better part of valor is to get back to business, as crass as that sounds, so it doesn't look like the United States capitalist society has been ground to a halt. That's an interesting issue that they're going to be following in the next few hours. We'll keep you posted. Separately, right now, we are joined by retired Major General Paul Valley, who has a bit of a perspective on this. General, thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Neil. How are you?
I'm fine, sir. How do we respond to terrorists? We don't know for certain where they are, who they are, what they're about. What do you do?
Well, Neil, we do know who they are. We do know where they are. It's a matter of making the commitment to go after them. When bin Laden bombed our embassies before, we sent in some cruise missiles, as you remember, and then we did nothing thereafter. We have to understand we've been at war for years of Islamic terrorists going after our various installations, the USS Cole, etc., and that we have not reacted in a very positive manner. We've had a lot of rhetoric. As was mentioned on the Senate floor, we need negotiations and sanctions. We've tried that. That has not worked. We're beyond that now. We must go to war against international terrorism and the states that sponsor this.
Right,
it's time to act and not talk.
I understand, sir, but here's the question. The President made it very clear, we'll not only hold those who did this heinous act responsible, but those who housed them. So let's say it is indeed Afghanistan, as you surmise.
Yeah.
Would you throw in there like the governments of Sudan and Iraq, who in the past have been sympathetic to Osama bin Laden? How do you go after them? Or do you just say, the hell with it, everybody's a target?
Well, you clearly identify who's been responsible for the international terrorism, and you attack their camps, their organizations, their people. We have to go after the leaders. We have to get it out of our minds that we cannot assassinate or terminate these bad people in the world. We bomb innocent people, but yet we don't go after the problem people, the bad guys. And so we need to get over that. We need to get beyond that because we're in a new era now. Yesterday changed everything in the world, and we have to go after and terminate and eliminate these people